If you've ever been ready and excited to trade Nvidia earnings, today is your day. Also, go ahead and hit that like and subscribe button. Folks, welcome back. Happy hump day. It is Wednesday. It's time for us to get going, and it's going to be a big Wednesday. We've spent all day, all week actually, maybe even 2 weeks, discussing how this is going to be one of the bigger days of this week. We are expecting that to be the case. Nvidia earnings, also Palo Alto earnings coming after the bell. We're going to break it all down. We had Target earnings. Yikes. This morning, we're going to break all that stuff down. Good morning. Welcome to Benzinga's Market Edge Live. Hello and good morning, everybody. Great to see a whole bunch of people back here thinking about it. You are as dedicated as it gets, my man. Honored to have you. White Chocolate Mocha, welcome back. The early risers are here. Dazzy V, Bernhard, Russ. Early birds get the worm, and you folks are all about that right now. Good morning, 3D. Love the sunshine early in the morning. Get those positive vibes flooded in the chat. That is exactly what we need. Let's go ahead and, okay, here we go. Everything Funny channel. Yes, please. Good morning. Good morning, Fairchild. Hopefully you all you folks are doing well. Let's go ahead and get rolling. River, good morning. I'm going to keep saying good morning to all of you folks that keep coming back. That is awesome. The other thing, Neville, good morning. The other thing here is it's a Tim Melvin day. We are expecting Tim Melvin on here in just about 28 minutes. And get some more stock picks from him as well. Let's go ahead and take a look at the market, break down some of your top stories here this morning. First, I want to take a look at the SPY just to kind of get the lay of the land here. We are actually in the gap that we spoke about yesterday. Mariah, hopefully I pronounced that name. Mira probably is how it's pronounced. Good morning. Welcome. Hopefully you enjoy yourself here. Hopefully you find this helpful and productive for getting ready. Regarding the SPY, we are actually in the gap. And let me actually change the scaling here a little bit so we can better see the gap that we're in. Here we go. We had a nice bullish engulfing candle yesterday, really kind of taking out the inside day from the day prior. And then today we are actually in this gap. This gap should fill up at about 593-ish. We'll see if we end up getting that type of movement here. I was going over X, just kind of looking at some of the news lines, and I did see one thing that came out. I don't know if it was overnight or early this morning or exactly when the timing was, but I did see reportedly, Russia President Putin is open to discussing a Ukraine ceasefire deal with President-elect Trump and open to withdrawing from, quote, relatively small, end quote, patches of Ukraine territory, but rules out making any major territorial concessions and insists Ukraine abandon its ambitions to join NATO. That was the press citing Russian sources. So that on the surface, I'm not going to speak to whether that's true or not or any of that, but on the surface, that sounds great. That would be great for the market, and that would actually help today. So we'll see if that actually materializes, but just wanted to set the stage with that news here. As far as the levels go, like I said, 593 is going to be your level to the upside. If we're able to clear that and close above, then I'll go ahead and extend this trend line and see if we can get back above that. Of course, your all-time high here is 600. Otherwise, if we fall back in, we'll see if what we do with this candle, but really the next level down here is going to be that 585.70. Maybe you even want to call that 586-ish. That's going to be your 20-day moving average. That's kind of what we're looking at here on the SPY. Now let's jump into some of, thinking about it. Let me add RCAT to the list. I feel like we should check in on that stock pretty much every day. Small cap stock that really seems to be involved, seems to be moving, seems to have some momentum. So we will check in on that here in a little bit. I appreciate all of the information that you've been shelling out on that. But let's go over some of the top stories here, and let's give you a real quick preview for Nvidia. So I'm going to flip over to Nvidia. I'm also going to give you a link here. We actually have a Nvidia preview here. I'm going to go ahead and throw that link here in the chat. You can kind of keep this open. use that throughout the day and then keep it for the actual earnings print later. Shout out to our team here. And I'm going to borrow one of our producers' lines here. Will King Huang deliver for NVIDIA? Of course he will. We are actually expecting NVIDIA to beat here. I believe they've beaten in their last 20 reports in a row in terms of beating the consensus. I would expect nothing less here. NVIDIA has been on an absolute rager. Getting you some of the stats here. They're looking for 75 cents on the EPS and 33.12 billion in revenue. We'll see if we end up getting that. Options are pricing in an $11.63 move. That comes to about 8%. So we'll see where that ends up going here. RSI and forward PE are actually down from the 2024 highs. So that's really good. We're not right at the top end of the range. That should give it some juice if it does move to the upside. But keep in mind, the stock is up 197% year to date. It's actually up 62% from the August lows, which are right in here. So looking at some of these spots here, NVIDIA is currently sitting at 147.78. I believe, let me see if I can get you that all-time high exactly. It's going to be 149.77 is your all-time high. And frankly, what this is really going to come down to today is how does this trade after the earnings report? Well, I am expecting it to beat both of the metrics. Maybe the market will kind of feel like we're at peak earnings, or maybe it won't trade as well. Hard to believe given the performance that we've seen here, but we actually, our happy hour crew made a really good point that I wanted to bring to this group as well. NVIDIA, if you take a look at the year, it's really a tale of two halves of the year. All right. From the beginning of the year up until about halfway through the year, that day is actually June 20th. This stock was an absolute rager. It was pretty much vertical. Aside from this period from March to mid-April, aside from that period, the stock pretty much went up every single day. Now, once we got to mid-year, things kind of changed. We actually traded back and forth, including that big pullback to the August lows, which we just highlighted. And we're not really that far ahead or above where we're at right now. So if we actually take our measuring tool, we are only, or at least the high here is only 6 and change % above where we're at. So the first half of this year, much better for stock gains than the second half of this year. What will this report bring? That is, of course, the $64,000 question. So what I want to, we're definitely going to be watching this stock here today. We're going to see if there's any type of intraday day trade. We had a couple of people I know that were trading this yesterday that were in the happy hour, said it made their day. Shout out to all of those folks. I would expect this to be liquid here today, and I would expect some day trades on this. I want to hear what you folks think about the report, but then also, and perhaps more importantly, how are you actually going to trade this? How are you actually going to trade this? Okay. Grouch of Wall Street says, remember last earnings, NVIDIA was a bit stagnant, seemed to be already priced in and expected. And that's kind of what I'm talking about here, Grouch, right? We might beat both of these numbers, but what is the overarching feeling? How do the market participants feel about this? Is it going to be a huge bull run? Is it going to be short-lived? What's going to go on? That is kind of what we need to see, or what we're waiting to see here. So I'm curious to know how all of you folks end up handling that here. Okay, so that is NVIDIA. Again, I will take your NVIDIA comments all day long. Nick, it's great to see you on the other side. Hopefully everything that you went through went well. We're excited to have you back, Nick. Good luck here today. Bullish or very bullish? Okay, that sounds about right here. And thank you, producer. Benzinga will have the earnings call at 5 p.m. right here on our YouTube channel. So if you want to discuss that with the group, giddy up. We're going to give you an avenue to do that. Okay. Let's keep moving on here. Like I said, I don't think this is going to be the last time we check in on NVIDIA today. Call it a hunch, but I suspect that that's not going to be the last time. Netflix is what we're going to talk about next. And I got another link for you here. Here is Netflix. Look at this move. Man, I'll tell you what, we were talking about maybe this being a potential short given some of the streaming issues. Nope. That short was very, very short-lived. See what I did there? Anyway, this pushing up to highs here had another big run. Wanted to take a look here real quick at The earnings here. So we just had them in October, right? So this is not going to be till the end of January on the next one. So we have all holiday season here. As far as Netflix goes, as far as the big fight goes, Mike Tyson, Jake Paul fight was the most streamed sporting event ever. Netflix says, or according to Netflix, they're getting upgrades at price target $1,100, that top price target, $200+ from where we're at now. Just absolutely massive on Netflix. You know, the interesting thing about this to me is, I don't know, I can't remember if we talked about it here. I remembered it in the afternoon one day, and I don't know if I brought it to this group, but I wanted to mention, don't forget, this Christmas, Netflix is going to be showing some NFL games. I think it's the Chiefs game. There might be another one on there. I'd actually have to look up the schedule to get you the exact game. But on Christmas Day, Netflix is going to be showing an NFL game. And so this Tyson Paul fight, to me, kind of seemed like like a test run. Right? How are they going to do with just another order of magnitude level of viewers? And I would imagine, with everyone being home on Christmas and the NFL being an absolute juggernaut, that is going to have a lot of eyeballs and a lot of TV sets, as they used to say, tuned into that. So hopefully we don't have the same buffering issues. I know NFL fans are the definition of the word fan. They are fanatics. And if it is buffering nearly as much as people were complaining regarding that fight, it is not going to be good for Netflix. That being said, it did seem like over the course of the broadcast, they kind of worked that out. And I would imagine between now and then, they have enough time to beef up their infrastructure. But keep that in mind. Here we go. Sideshow T. Netflix is showing the Steelers Xmas Day. Go Steelers. Okay, so who are they playing on Christmas Day, right? I don't have the schedule in front of me, and shame on me. I should have loaded that up here and been prepared for it. But Sideshow, let me know who the Steelers' next victim is on that particular game. Okay. Nick, I'm feeling a lot better today. That is exactly what we wanted to hear, my man. Good stuff. Not playing Nvidia earnings. Today's watch list for me is Sim and HIMS. Sim, we traded yesterday, Nick. So we'll check. In fact, I'm going to add that to the list right now. We'll add HIMS as well, because that's been a rager also. So that is coming up here. All right. Okay. All right. Oh, they're playing the Chiefs. So it is. It's the Chiefs Steelers. Got it. So that is the game on Christmas. Chiefs Steelers. We'll see how that does. We'll see how Netflix does. But yeah, that Tyson Jake Paul fight, the most streamed sporting event ever. Maybe we'll set a new record on Christmas. All right. The other top piece of news here is regarding Delta, ticker DAL, holding an investor meeting later today. Producer, do you know what time that meeting is? Again, I apologize. I don't have that right off the top of my head. But let me know if you do have the time for that. The actual time for that investor meeting. I'd be curious. The stock has been on a huge rip. Look at this move. I mean, this is pretty much vertical from August, right? Huge move, 37 handle up to a 64 handle. This is actually, just kind of looking at this, we're actually above the COVID highs, right? So pretty awesome here for Delta. I do say, just kind of looking at the chart, my gut tells me, boy, we might have a little bit of a regression back to the mean trade here, as this might have just kind of moved too far, too fast. RSI here, 69.73. Maybe Delta comes back in. The other thing that I saw yesterday, and this was quite interesting. Actually, let me see if I can find that. I can't remember if that was texted to me or if that was sent via my work Slack. No, that was texted to me. I'll try and grab that for you here in a little bit. I also read that Delta is going to start serving Shake Shack on their flights. So I'd be curious to know what you folks think about that. Is that good? Is that good news? Is that bad news? How are they going to keep it hot and fresh? Are they just going to warm it up? Is it going to be microwave and junk? Shake Shack on Delta flights. I will say, I normally am someone that does not eat on a flight. I guess unless it's really long. Otherwise, I just try to sleep, read, watch TV, get through the flight any way that I can. I would be interested, though. I would try that. I would absolutely. Shake Shack's really good. If someone offered me that on a Delta flight, I would definitely try that. If I have to pay airline inflated prices for Shake Shack, it's already kind of expensive. I'll probably pass on it. But interesting news note nonetheless. Okay, next here, we're going to talk about Target. They reported earnings today, and yikes, folks. Yikes on Target. Target shares trading lower after the company reported worse than expected Q3 FY or fiscal year 24 earnings and cut 2024 guidance. Big earnings miss here for Target. Let me go to the actual news feed here so we can get you some of the numbers. EPS 185 versus the 230 estimate. Big miss there. Sales 25.67 billion versus the 25.90 billion. A little bit of a miss there. It was the EPS that really missed there. They cut guidance. The stock is down 18%, actually 18.5% now as we sit here. 126 is the big level below. Let me show you that level here on Target, okay? So you can see where we pulled down to. And if we look back to November of 2023, look at this gap that we are in here. Here you go. Got this at about 126 again, ish. Not giving you the exact number here. This gap fills at about 111 ish. So I would imagine if we continue to sell, this gap is likely to get filled on the way down. We'll see here. Maybe we get a little bit of a bounce into here before we kind of test that down range, but that's kind of what's going on. They mentioned they've been dealing with tariffs since 2017. So I know Walmart and their earnings report talked a little bit about tariffs. Target, I actually saw this morning here, Target doesn't really seem to be all that concerned. They have experience dealing with them since 2017, so they'll handle whatever happens. I guess we'll have to wait and see how that shakes out here. I suspect it's not going to be nearly as bad as the pearl clutchers are making it seem. But again, we'll wait and see what the numbers actually say. Target here, I don't have any position. Remember, I did open up a short on Walmart yesterday. I took while we were on the show, I actually took an entry position into the December 83 puts. I added to that position right before the close. Walmart here a little bit weak on that, on the back of that Target report, down a little bit more. We'll see if we get any type of bounce in some of these names. We'll see if the Target move here actually produces more downside. That's what I'm going to be rooting for here in Walmart after those really good earnings. Remember, the thesis there on Walmart is that monthly chart was mega extended. So we'll see if we get any type of move on that. Let me know if you guys are trading Target. Jane, Target, funny store. I never buy stuff there. It's my least favorite store. I'm with you. I can't recall the last time I've been in a Target. I never really think to go there for any product. Between Amazon and Costco, to be quite honest with you, I don't really see a need for Target. That's just me. I know a lot of other people are different, but totally with you on that one, Jane. Totally with you. All right, let's keep rolling through some of these earnings. Next, we've got NIO, ticker NIO, another Asian or Chinese EV car maker here. NIO, a miss on the top and the bottom line. They did see about 62,000 vehicle deliveries this past quarter. That's up 11.6% year over year. So pretty decent data point there. Excuse me. They're also projecting 2.8 to 2.9 billion for next year and 72 to 75,000 vehicle deliveries. So they do have kind of an ambitious vehicle delivery forecast here. Again, we'll see if we do that. Here you go. The Q4 revenue, excuse me, I think I said full year there. I apologize. Q4 revenue looking to be 2.8 to 2.9 billion. And then those 72 to 75,000 vehicle deliveries. We'll see if they end up getting that here. I wanted to see if there was anything else. 11.6% gain. Margins did improve. They issued that robust Q4 delivery outlook. So that's pretty much it when it comes to NIO here. I know that you folks definitely trade some of these stocks quite a bit. NIO here down 3.6% or 3.46%. I beg your pardon. Does look like it's at a little bit of a support level. And I think if it loses that, probably comes in and tests $4 even. RSI, as you can see here, really just kind of at the lower end of the range, but not really in oversold territory. I do think if the market is weaker here today, or the outlook on some of these stocks are weaker here today, I can see NEO trading down a little bit more. 3, you want to take a look at Tesla. Well, the sun came up today, so I'm not surprised someone wants to take a look at Tesla. We will take a look at that. I know, of course, we had the SpaceX launch last night, or Starship, which was awesome. We actually watched that as a group on Happy Hour. And I didn't talk to 13 after we signed off from that last night. But I'd be curious to know what he thinks after this has all been completed. So really interesting stuff there. We will check in on Tesla. I know Tesla and SpaceX are different, but sometimes they seem to move in accordance with one another. We'll absolutely take a look at that. Okay. Again, Tim Melvin coming in about 9 minutes here. The next stock we're going to take a look at is going to be Zim. This is one of the favorites for this particular program. We've been trading this for a long time. In fact, I think we've actually been trading this quite a bit in 2024. Again, one of the big things that our show did here did here earlier was really kind of trading this 15 break. I mean, we were really good at that. We were adding in 12 and 11 and then selling it when we ended up breaking through there. You can see we actually ran up and created another plateau or shelf here at about $24. Since then, we've broken out from that. Really good news here on the Zim earnings, though. It was a beat on the top and the bottom line. They declared a total dividend. Remember, it's one of the big things here with Zim. It's one of the big reasons why people follow and trade and own this stock is that, in fact, that dividend. Zim declares a total dividend of $3.65. The quarterly dividend is $2.81, and there's an 84-cent special dividend on top of that. If you want to take a look at when you need to own the stock in order to get that, let's see. Let's go over to dividends here. Looks like the X date is going to be December 2nd. Okay, December 2nd, 12/2 to get that dividend. That dividend will be payable on 12/9. It was announced here today. So if you're looking for that on Zim, that's what you're going to have to do. Looks like the market is kind of already looking for that themselves. Zim up here 11.2% here today. Looks like a 30 test is probably on deck. Where's Dan Zimmerman when we need him? I know he's trading Zim all the time. I know 13 trades Zim quite a bit. Unfortunately for myself, I've actually missed out on this recent run. We did trade that 24 break, very, very short-term trade, already kind of out of that one. Now we're getting a pretty nice move up here on Zim. So if dividend and dividend capture is your thing, be sure to take a look at Zim today. We'll definitely check in and see how that trades. So Zim, really good earnings, more dividend news. That's exactly what we were expecting. Next on the list here is going to be TJX. I've actually had really good luck trading this stock myself. This is a great one, much like Tyson. I follow in large option sweeps when I see them. And that has been successful and profitable. Haven't taken one of these recently on TJX, but they did report earnings here today. Beat on the top and the bottom line. They see Q4 EPS of 112 to 114 versus the 118 estimate. So a little bit of a cut there. Stock down about 1.5%, 1.3% here in the pre-market. The full year guide is what's keeping it afloat. Full year guide here, 415 to 417. The estimate was for 416. So it doesn't look like they're gonna do much there. It doesn't look like that's much bad news there. The one thing to keep in mind here, if you're going to trade this, the conference call starts at 11 a.m. So that's going to be during the regular session. There might be headlines coming out of that. If you have Benzinga Pro, you're going to be covered because you're going to be getting those headlines in real time, and you're going to have all of that. But just keep that in mind. Conference call is ongoing during the regular session. Let me go through the news feed here again and see if there was anything else that I missed. Looks good. Here. TJX company says consolidated comparable store sales increased 3%. That was at the high end of the company's plan, and were entirely driven by an increase in consumer transactions. So TJX, this is going to be a discount retailer. Sure seems like there is a little bit more spending or customers moving to TJX here. Let's take a look at the chart and see what we're looking at here. TJX down just a little bit, 117. So it's doing a good job staying above that 50-day moving average. You can see we kind of have a little bit of a janky triple top. We've got one test in here, two, and then three. I'm kind of looking at, I'd put this at 121.5. Your upside target, still several points away from that. So TJX, decent report here today. I guess taking a little bit of a hit there on the Q4 guide. All right. It is almost 8:30, and you folks know this already. Mr. Melvin, he works on Lombardi time. So if you are not 10 minutes early, you are late. Tim Melvin is never late. Let's go to him. Tim, happy hump day. Happy Wednesday. It's affectionately known as Melvin Day around these parts. How you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic. Just, watching things unfold here. We're all going to hold our breath till NVIDIA reports because nothing's really going to matter until that happens later today. It's going to be that kind of day.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Tim, we've been really discussing that for about a week, almost a little bit over a week. I opened up Monday by saying, hey, kind of going to be in a holding pattern here till NVIDIA earnings. So I guess let's start there. Are you expecting anything? Is there anything that you're looking for elsewhere, depending on what happens with NVIDIA earnings?
I mean, I tend to react rather than predict, but I think that, the numbers for the quarter itself are going to be fantastic. I mean,
yeah,
that's a layup. What's going to matter is their language on the call. How bad is the overheating problem with the chips?
Mm-hmm.
What do they see coming as a result of tariffs? What kind of discussions are they having, with suppliers and partners around the country about this?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's going to play a huge role. And keep your ears open for discussions of energy demand, because I think you may get a little bit of that today. Because the people in the cutting edge of AI, and as old and out of touch with all that crap as I am, I do know a few people that are actually on the cutting edge of technology. This is becoming a concern.
Okay.
Right. There's the grid that we need for 2030 doesn't exist. Right. And anywhere in the world, it's not just here, although we're going to be the most expensive, but we're not going to be able to generate enough power to continue to drive AI forward, which is getting to be a very interesting and intriguing discussion. And it also, I mean, renewables, they have a role to play. It's there. Guys, write this down. I talked to an energy expert last night. Now, this guy, he's been in several administrations in the Department of Energy. He's done consulting. He's done M&A. He knows more about energy than any human being I have ever met. Okay. And he said the same thing that I've said, but it's always good to have somebody else tell you that, you were right.
Absolutely.
About something. It's my test of intelligence is how much you agree with me. The more you do, the smarter you are. But what this individual told me is like, look, I get all the excitement and hype about nuclear energy, but you got to understand this ain't happening today.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't happening tomorrow. So, and I've told you guys, you're trading the story. You're not trading anything realistic, but we're 5 to 10 years away from the amount of nuclear energy that we need if everything goes perfect. And the last plant that we built, that Volga plant in Georgia, had a 15x cost overrun. So we're not really good at it yet.
Yeah.
So, and we touched on fusion, and this is something that I'm talking. Anything that you do with fusion, you're trading a story. That's it. That's all. You're not investing. You're not doing anything else, because it's at least 10 years away. Remember something. Fusion requires temperatures of 100 million degrees. Imagine the safety regulations they're going to put around that.
I mean, imagine the energy needed to reach those temperatures to create more energy.
Well, see, that's been the problem, was we've been able to achieve fusion, but we use more energy to create power than it is created. Now, we did get it to where recently at Lawrence Livermore, they did a burst where they produced a tiny bit more power than went in, but it was just a tiny bit. And it took millions and millions and millions of dollars to get there. Commercially viable fusion power I mean, first off, you're going to have to build it away from a city because an accident and boom, the city's gone. So again, all sorts of transmission problems. But energy,
That's the whole not in my backyard problem that you hear when we talk about some of this.
you probably really don't even want it in your state or your side of the country until they get this kind of figured out. So all this chatter about nuclear fission and fusion is exactly that. It's chatter. If you're not thinking 10 to 15 years down the road, be aware that you're trading a story, and you better have the right indicators and be tracking volume and moving averages and all that fun stuff. Because when the story gets exposed, it collapses 100% of the time.
And to your point about the story collapsing, Tim, some of these nuclear stocks that we've taken a look at and we've been trading are up massively. So if that correction or if that collapse happens, you could see a huge cut in some of the price tags of these stocks.
Yeah, and I'm not saying don't trade them. You can see, in here in SMR, you can see it breaking out over the moving averages, establishing an uptrend on volume swells. Okay, that's viable. That's tradable. Be aware you're trading, not investing.
Yep.
Okay, so that was. I had that conversation last night up there. I got to tell Ryan and his crew about that.
So let me just kind of put a button on that. Is the Nvidia, the AI trade going forward? It does seem like some of the easy money was made, right? So the trade going forward, is it more centered around energy? Do you think it's more of like a thing behind the thing where the right energy company might actually produce the gains that we're looking for, as opposed to something just like buying Nvidia?
Well, I mean, Nvidia is there, but it's really interesting that Stanley Druckenmiller, who is one of the best investors of the last 50 years, you can't even draw, no down years, 30% compounded. Nobody else is even in the conversation.
Yeah, that's insane.
Okay. And he said, look, we're aware that AI is going to be a big thing. And he says, he owns Nvidia. He's owned some. He says, but we don't know who the winners are going to be. This is like evaluating the internet in 1995. And correctly. I mean, there were tons of companies, maybe one or two have survived and became winners. It's really almost impossible beyond Nvidia to tell who the big winners of this are going to be. The picks and shovels and the energy plays, they're going to be there. And increasingly, I mean, you've really got to, long term, you have to be considering natural gas, because you just can't do this without natural gas. Right? I mean, and I'm not being hyperbolic or anything like that. You can't do it without natural gas. So looking at some of the natural gas stocks at very depressed prices, you got to be looking at those, as longer term opportunities, I think.
You got some for us?
Well, I mean, yeah, Cortera, CTRA is my absolute favorite. I like the Royalty Trust in here, Blackstone, Dorchester. They all have decent natural levels of natural gas being produced and collecting royalties on. And they're, look, they're paying 8 to 10% with very depressed prices. Imagine what happens when prices get better. And Cortera, for my money, they're just doing the best job of using artificial intelligence and machine learning to find oil, to run the fields, to run the business. CEO is one of the sharpest guys in the industry. And then the other one is oil and gas is a finite business. We all know that. Eventually, it's going to take a long time, longer than you think, but nuclear and renewables will replace it, most of it, over time. So when you have a business like that, it becomes a business of consolidation. Companies are going to consolidate. It becomes a business of scale, right? The bigger you are, the bigger the base, you can spread your costs over, the more profitable you are. So given that, what we want to look for is, let's look for the people that are going to do the best job of consolidating this. We can do the targets, and we'll talk about that another time, because I'd want to spend a little more time working you guys up a list. But sure. Crescent Energy, CRGY, I talk about this stock a lot. And it's one of my favorites, and it's going to be slow, and it's not going to happen overnight, and it's going to be a 10-bagger over a long period of time. This is John.
Good news about that. Over that long period of time, stock pays a 4% dividend right now, so you get paid just to hold it at this point.
Better news, that's at depressed energy prices, and they commit to paying over 50% of cash flow. So fixed dividend, buybacks, exploration, they're all long-lived, proved reserve fields. Now, this is a merger between a guy named John Goff, who had Contango Oil and Gas. John Goff came up out of the Bass Brothers shop in the 1980s. came through, worked with Richard Rainwater, and you can Google this, all of this. These are some of the greatest deal makers and investors ever, especially Rainwater. This guy is the consummate deal maker. He and Goff started a REIT, Crescent Energies, and they built it up. They sold it to Morgan Stanley for $6.5 billion in 2007. Right? Massive gains all around party. Yay, nice deal. It gets better. The great financial crisis happens. Morgan's on the paper for all of this. They finance the purchase. They decide they don't want it anymore. This is all real estate in and around Texas, particularly Dallas. They go ahead and they default it back to Barclays Bank. They just said, hell with it. Here's the keys. We're done. Barclays doesn't want it. It's U.S. real estate. The U.S. markets are falling apart. They're collapsing. They want nothing to do with real estate. They call Goff up. Goff offers some pennies on the dollar, and they take it. So he sold it for sold it for $6.5 billion. I think his cost was pennies on the dollar of that to buy it all back, and he still owns all the property today. This guy knows how to make deals. So he got into oil and gas because he's aware that it's a consolidating business. And then one day his phone rings, and on the other end is another company that says, hey, let's partner together. We'll use all of our energy resources, our energy team. We'll come in. We'll run the company. You'll be the largest shareholder. And we're just going to buy up oil and gas properties, with long life, proven reserves all over the United States. And we're going to use this as one of our primary vehicles to consolidate the oil and gas industry. And Goff thought about it. And he thought that, he really did like the idea of being in business with KKR. So they went ahead and did the deal. So you have KKR, one of the biggest deal makers in the history of the United States and the energy badge, partnered with one of the best Texas deal makers of all time. And they're combining to run this company. John Goff is the largest shareholder. KKR's executives are running the business. They take no cash. They get paid in stock. Okay. So lots of skin in the game. Just as an oil patch consolidation, just buy it. Forget you own it. Don't worry about it. Stick some of the kids and the grandkids' accounts. Don't worry about it. 10 years from now, however long it is, they're going to be one of the biggest oil and gas companies in the country.
Okay. There you go. So this actually really fitting. We did have There Is No Try saying more Tim Melvin growth stocks today. You just gave him one. And by the way, this was the comment earlier. Hey, Tim, thanks for the windfall on Sezzle. Just an absolute monster call given out here September 18th. Yes, we look forward to more of those.
And it does look like, I'm even going to get bailed out on the momentum call on Super Micro because they changed auditors and did all the things to fix that goofy situation. And it looks like that's going to bounce back higher as well. So, and it's funny because that would make me nervous when it cracked like it did, the accounting accident, all that gets to you. And then I saw that Louis Navalier wrote a note saying, yeah, don't worry about it. We're not selling it. I said, well, hell, if Louis ain't selling, I ain't selling. So
okay, there you go. And of course, BDO is that new auditor. Those that know BDO.
Yep. Now, let's talk about something that happened last Thursday.
Perfect.
Last Thursday, we had the 13F filing deadline. Now, if you know what those are the forms that all money managers, the hedge fund bros, the mutual fund managers, the blue blood family offices, everybody that manages money over $100 million has to file a form with the Securities and Exchange Commission showing what they own as of the end of the quarter. Okay. If you take that and you compare it to the prior quarter, you could see what everybody's buying. So last Thursday, and we used to do these by hand, Ryan. I started doing this back in the 80s, and you'd have to order the form from the SEC. The mailman hated you 2 days later because he did. Because he would just come in as a huge stack of stuff from 4 or 5 guys ordering these things, and we'd sit there with highlighters just going through, noting the changes. And eventually, of course, we got to where we are today. It's instantaneous, and there's sites that pop it up and make it all available to you. But if you look at the instant experts of the internet and everybody, what did we talk about on Thursday? What did Warren Buffett buy? What did Michael Burry buy? What did Cathie Wood buy? What did Stanley Druckenmiller buy? Now, that one you should actually pay attention to. Just be aware that Stanley doesn't think like you and I do, and his timing and the way he buys stocks he's better than we are. So, but most of those guys have underperformed the market. They're 80-some-year-old billionaires, or Cathie Woods, who uses mostly public money and really apparently does not care how she performs. But but they all have different goals than you, right? Because we're all trying to accumulate money as rapidly as possible.
Yeah.
And just stop me if we get into a time limit, because I will run my mouth for a while on this topic.
We got at least another 11 minutes.
Okay. All of the people that you see on the news and the instant experts on the internet, and they bought all these stocks and they bought all these stocks, they don't matter. You have nothing in common with Warren Buffett. Not a damn thing. And what he did with his hundreds of billions of dollars at 90, and the fact that he prefers to buy whole companies, and we ain't in that business. We don't care. We're looking for the people that are piling up very high returns right now. We also want them to be the ones that nobody's ever heard about. Because let's be honest, if it comes out that Druckenmiller bought 5% of XYZ, before you can reach for the buy button, XYZ is up 10%.
Yep.
Okay, destroying the potential. So now I'm going to give you, I've got 4 here. We're going to go through them quick. These are 4 money managers you have probably never heard of. And they're way off Wall Street's radar screen. Nobody talks about them. They've all been in business for a while, and they're shooting the lights out. Okay. First one up. You guys take a pen and pencil, because I'm telling you, this is some of the better advice you're going to get, because tracking these guys will make you an enormous amount of money. It's a guy named Glenn Greenberg. And look, not a rags to riches story. Okay. Glenn's mom was the heir to the Gimbel's department store fortune, and his dad was Hank Greenberg, the famous baseball player. Played for the Detroit Tigers, led him to 2 World Series. So all those of you in Detroit will appreciate that part. But he went into money management. In 1984, he started Chieftain Capital with a partner. They stayed in business till 2009. They compounded money over that period of time. A very nice time for the S&P 500, by the way. The average was 12%. They compounded at 18. They split ways with the partner. He opened Brave Warrior Advisors in 2010. Since then, just buying his top 10 holdings and rebalancing every quarter, you rarely make a trade because he tends to hold stocks for 4 to 5 years at a time. You would have compounded at between 18 and 20% a year on your money consistently. So just going through and buying his top 10 stocks and rotating them has been ridiculously profitable. And I'm just going to throw a couple of the names out here for you. And these are not the big, exciting whoopee stocks, right? Elevance Health, that's ELV. Discover Financial, DFS. Synex, computer technology distributor, SNX. Primerica Insurance, PRI. Fidelity National Financial, also insurance, FNF. OMF is One Main Holdings, a non-bank lender. Lennar, LEN, the home builder.
Yeah.
And Apollo Global Management. Okay. And research these guys. Go in, look at what they're buying, look at what they understand. They're buying great businesses at really good prices, and then they hold them for a very long time. Turnover's low. They hold it until it gets grossly overvalued or something goes wrong with the company.
All right. I'm making just a quick list of this. I think I missed one here, Tim. I have ELV, DFS, SNX, FNF, OMF, and LEN, which I think I'm missing one there.
APO, Apollo.
APO. Thank you very much. Chat, I'm going to go ahead and throw these tickers in the chat for you. I know we kind of went through those pretty quick. There is your list. All right. So are you doing anything with these, or how are you positioning with these?
Look, if you're going to buy them, it's a strategy, right? And you have to commit to the strategy. We're not cherry picking. We're not doing any of that. I would certainly, if I was a trader, I'd have it in my inventory list, because you know what? We know they're probably going to go up. I mean, his hit rate is really high. So, I would use them as a watch list possibly, but it's a smart way to manage your IRA. I can tell you that.
Okay. And actually, just kind of looking at this right now, ticker LEN, I know I kind of flipped through those pretty quick. LEN is sitting right at the 200 here. So this actually might be a decent area or a little bit of an add there.
That's a home builder, and being a home builder in a world where we're short 6 million houses is not a bad thing to be. And it'll be a bumpy ride and all kinds of back and forth, because problem is not going to cure itself overnight, but it is eventually going to cure itself.
Okay.
Okay, now then there's Valley Forge Capital Management. Yeah, it must be up in the Philadelphia area, right? No, it's in Miami. But
That makes a lot of sense.
okay.
They don't have a ticker, do they? No,
No,
that's
this
the
is just a
management
fund.
company.
This is
Right,
just a fund manager. And again, they buy what they consider to be great businesses, and then they just don't do anything. They literally sit on these things forever. I'm looking for the quarters. Yeah, their average holding period. This is average holding period, Ryan. 6.5 years.
Yeah. So not short-term trades by any means. Those are pretty much all
No,
investments.
no, but look, we're talking. This 21% unlevered, right? Now, chew on that. 21% no leverage compounded for a very long period of time. So let me see how far back their record goes. Yeah, that's going all the way back to 2016. So that crushes the markets, crushes anything anybody else is doing. It's a great track record. And then when you look at what they buy, and I'm just gonna go through these real quick because we've got a lot of them we want to get to here. We've got 2 more to go. Moody's, the bond rating and credit rating outfit, MCO. ASML Holdings, the European technology company. S&P Global, SPGI. Intuit, INTU. MasterCard. Aspen Technology, AZPN.
AZPN.
Yes, and
Okay.
and Visa are their top holdings.
NV. Okay.
Okay. Now, next up, who we're going to go. Here's for all you tech geeks and tech lovers. Whale Rock Capital Management out of Boston. Been around a very long time, and again, just buying that top 10 and holding them, over 20% a year. And if you've got a fairly large retirement account, you can start to combine these, right? You can do Brave Warriors top 10, Whale Rock's top 10. You see where I'm going with that.
Mhm.
You can use this to manage a fairly substantial retirement portfolio. The cool part is the money managers themselves charge a fee. There's no fee once you cherry pick them. And unless the market's, skyrocketing at the time, you should be able to buy the stocks at sometimes less than they paid. Okay, so top positions here, Amazon, and they've owned it forever. Celestica, CLS, Facebook, but they've been selling it. Nvidia, but they've been selling it. The one they have not been selling is Broadcom, AVGO. They've been buying that rather heavily. PDD is another large holding that they've been buying. PDD is the symbol. And then Fabrinet, whatever that is, that's FN is the symbol.
Okay. PDD, I'm definitely familiar with. Pinduoduo. Fabrinet, and I don't even know if I've ever pulled that up here.
Yeah, FN. Never heard of it. But anyway, these guys, and again, when I do these, we're looking at people that are really focused on earning very high returns. And they're way off Wall Street's radar. One of the things that they all have in common, they limit how much cash they'll take because they're aware that you can't shoot the lights out unless you're Stanley Druckenmiller with massive sums of money. So the fund, these are not the largest funds, and nobody on Wall Street for the most part has heard about them, and the media doesn't talk about them. Now, here's one for you where the name makes absolutely no sense. It's Ancient Art LP. It's run by folks at Teton Capital Partners. I don't have any idea why they chose this name, and they are adverse to the press, like all of the managers we're talking about today. So let's see their top positions. They're more value oriented than the last two. So Ally Financial, ALLY, Upwork, UWK, IBKR, of course, is Interactive Brokers. STLA is Stellantis, the car maker.
Yep.
ULCC is Frontier Group Holdings. Oscar Health, OSCR, great company. They are doing things in the health insurance business where they stand to gain kind of, even if they do strike down Affordable Care Act, they have to replace it with something even under whatever model they replace it with. I think Oscar will continue to do very well. They're very technology forward and have done a great job. And let's see a couple more. Despegar, DESP. That's never really hit my radar screen, so I don't know anything about it. Alibaba, I'm actually allergic to Chinese stocks. I break out in stupid. So BABA, but they're buying it. And here's Loma Negra Cia Industrial Argentina, LOMA. Loma is a large holding. Argentina, of course, with the very libertarian government, lots of interesting things going on here. And just okay, I may buy this as soon as we get off. It's a cement company, which is going to benefit from economic recovery in Argentina, and any other parts of Brazil could very well get in on the recovery game here going forward as well. So that's kind of interesting.
What was the ticker on that one? That last one?
LOMA.
Oh, Loma. Okay.
Yeah, 3.7% dividend. Company's been around for a while. Trading 11 times forward earnings, 13 times trailing. They also do railroad services. Been around since 1926. So if you've made it since 1926 in Argentina, you're pretty wired into the government kind of automatically. But they are one of the biggest holdings of Loma. And then they also own VLRS, which is a Latin America airport company, airport operator. Okay. So they're obviously big on Latin America. So anyway, my point of all this is you're going to hear all the talk every 3 months. Warren bought this, Kathy bought this, Carl bought this, Einhorn bought this. And, I mean, pick the ones that you've heard in the chat or in the news in the last week. They don't matter that much to you. There's not a hell of a lot you can do with that information. Even in like Druckenmiller's case, he thinks completely differently and he times and builds positions. So you'd have to really study Druckenmiller. By the way, if you search, you can find a transcript of the recent interview he did. And I suggest that you all do it. It's enlightening. But we're going to look at all these people that are almost media figures because they're so rich. Even if you could make money following theirs, the reaction time of the whole world's going to bump those stocks up probably before you can act. These guys, nobody's heard of them. Nobody's follow them. Nobody cares about them. They have very long holding periods, so they're boring as hell. They don't generate news. They don't generate headlines. None of them give interviews. So you really have to be doing the digging and doing the work to figure out that, hey, wait a minute, these guys are really good. I need to pay attention. And you could just keep this as a watch list and a buy list and use it in your timing or in crashes, buy some of the stocks and add them to your portfolio. But it's the world's greatest unpaid research department. We know they're smart. We know they're good. We know they make money. Why aren't we paying attention to what they do?
Yeah. Okay. Really good stuff. I love uncovering off the beaten path names and then methods of tracking some of those names. Tim did not disappoint here yet again today.
All right. Well, I try not to. I'll bring you guys at least some stuff that you can use to make a few bucks here and there. So have a great rest of the week, everybody.
Appreciate you, Tim, and let me know how Nvidia earnings go for you. Did you pour a bourbon? Did you get a cigar? Curious.
I'm gonna do that. You got to remember that most of my portfolio is set up so that I don't have to react to this stuff. I don't have to worry about it. I make more money reacting to what the market does over time than I do trying to predict it. So if Nvidia misses and crashes, it might create some cool opportunities tomorrow. Yeah. If Nvidia goes up and drags the market up with it, then I'm just going to go to lunch.
Yeah. Same thing that we've been in. You're absolutely right there. And I know that our group has really been waiting for a move down in Nvidia and maybe some broadening of that concentration. So, all right, Tim, really appreciate it. Thanks so much. Have a great rest of your day and week. Get in it. Yep.
All right, guys. Thank you very much. We'll see you next week.
Take care. That is Tim. He never, ever disappoints. And Tim leaves room for the one and only 13. So let's go ahead and bring him on. 13, I know you caught the end of that there. Looks like you're interested in Loma here. I got a complete list for you, so don't worry about that. I got your back.
I heard as he was running off those names, so I wrote them down.
Yeah. Arista stocks. Or Ari stocks, excuse me. I had the Glenn Greenberg. I can't remember the name of the fund. Then we had Valley Forge Capital Management and Ancient Art LP. Those were the only ones that I had enough time to quickly jot down there. I can shoot him an email and get that list, and I'll let you know. Sorry, I don't have them here for you today. Okay. 13, good morning. How are you doing?
Hi. I'm doing pretty good. We actually are getting a little bit colder weather here now. So if you remember a few weeks ago how I said we get fall for about a week or so, and then it goes right into winter. It seems like winter is here. So that's very Jon Snow of me to say. I get that, but right now it's starting to get a little chilly, and I'm kind of here for it. We needed this weather for a while. It's getting a little humid for a little too long.
Yeah, I'm here for it too. Actually, we had like a 15-degree drop overnight here in Chicago. I'm getting ready to throw a hoodie on here. We're going to do some hoodie trading here today. It seems 13. Why don't we go ahead and break down the movers? I see that a number of folks in the chat. By the way, again, good morning to you folks. Thanks for joining us. A lot of stocks that they want to cover. We did have some news, it looks like, on QUBT. We'll cover that as well. I know you folks wanted to take a look at Tesla, Sim, and of course, our cat, thinking about it, is literally chomping at the bit. So we'll take a look at all those stocks. Let's get the movers list out of the way here, get you prepared for the open. Really quick check in here. S&P futures sitting at 59.4450 here, up about 0.1% here. Really just kind of flat here in the pre-market. So nothing crazy going on. NASDAQ, same deal here, up about 0.1% in the pre-market. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at some of these movers. We are going to start with QSI. This is Quantum C. I know a number of you folks were mentioning this one here earlier. Quantum C shares are trading higher after the company announced a distribution agreement with Aventor for next generation protein sequencing portfolios for researchers. This was a penny stock yesterday. This has popped up to a high of 160, where it kind of backed off that little spot there. Let's see. Did you cover this one, 13?
I sure did. As a matter of fact, I'm a little disappointed my order in this one didn't fill, and I don't do pre-market trading normally. That's not something that I really enjoy doing or really have the patience for. But it was putting in such a really good bull flag that I tried to. I set an order for 130, didn't get filled, and now it's taking off. It's currently up in the 150 area now. So missed that one, but hopefully I'll get some more opportunities to trade it during the regular session. They are moving on, as you said, a distribution agreement with Aventor. The float is 86.4 million shares, so this will probably be the heaviest among the movers that we're going to take a look at today. They do have a small amount of short interest, 6.85%, with 10.43 days to cover. So a little bit of a candidate there, definitely on the days to cover side because of that large float. Now, as far as the cash position goes, they have less than 2 quarters if we're just looking at their cash position, but they have quite a large amount of short-term investments. And those short-term investments, that's usually something that's pretty liquid and or is going to be mature within a year. So with that, that could be kind of incorporated with their cash position. So if you include that, they do have a much longer runway for losing money like they're currently doing right now, but to still go on with their business. So maybe this distribution agreement helps lift up their revenue some more. But as far as this company goes, the only thing I'd be concerned about is their heavy volume. I'm sorry, their heavy float.
Okay, really good breakdown there. Sorry you didn't get filled, but you are correct. We should get more opportunities here today. This pre-market action looking really good to me. We got a lot of that expanding volume that we're hoping for. I count 1, 2, 3 legs up on volume. Let's see if we can get another move there. Really, really good stuff. Really quickly, just kind of catching up on some of the comments here. Stay focused. Good morning. Slammed, working on something else. No problem. Good morning. Stay focused. If you need help with that project, you know where to reach out to. We got your back. Hopefully you having a great day here today. Amanda says, hi guys, I'm up before 8. I'm proud of me. Amanda, we are proud of you.
I hope that coffee's working.
Yeah, we are proud of you too. Keep those coffee jets flowing, and we'll have a great day here today. And then one more thing, Fairchild saying, had a little snow on the porch this morning. Fairchild, I believe you're just north of me in Wisconsin. Is that correct? Can't wait for that to be the case here. Really, really excited for winter and all of that. Okay, let's keep moving on here. The next ticker that is on our list is SPAI. This is one that we had yesterday. This has now resolved higher here in the pre-market. I would not be surprised at all that this is on traders' lists from the relative volume pop that we got yesterday. The one thing that I will mention is that yesterday when we were getting some of this action here, we really didn't stay above the VWAP and build. That's really what we need to see to get some of these really kind of huge movers that we like to catch. We did not see that yesterday with SPAI. We'll see if we see that here today. We do have some fresh news here. Another PR here. SafePro awarded U.S. patent for disruptive AI drone imagery technology, a groundbreaking innovation to help protect millions of lives globally. A little bit more information there. This is a U.S. patent for the Spotlight AI drone technology to develop and map explosives. This patent is valid till 2043, supporting humanitarian and reconstruction efforts in Ukraine and then globally. So this is what's going on here with SPAI. I'm going to go around the horn here real quick. Short interest, pretty much negligible. Insider transactions, really nothing to speak of. This is burning about $2 million bucks in cash. They have some cash on their balance sheet, but they're going to need to do something here at some point. And then the float here, way more. Come on, Ryan. This is better suited for our trading in the float range here. This is 8.6 million in the float. 13. Sorry for butchering all that. What do you got here? SPAI.
Not a whole lot more compared to what you've covered here. They did get that U.S. patent for mapping for explosives. This is also a new IPO that came out, I believe, in September, or maybe it was late August. I don't remember exactly which it was. 8.65 million shares in the float. So yes, it is of that smaller size that we'd like to trade under the 10 million mark. Like you said, this company does need cash. I anticipate they will have to do an offering at some point, but I also think that this may be one of the reasons why we're seeing some of these other drone stocks move as well. A little bit of a relationship movement with this one and other names like RCAT or maybe even AVAV. I haven't taken a look at that one yet, but I'd imagine that with news like this in the drone space, which is starting to get hot, or maybe it's already there and it's getting hotter. I think we're seeing some of these other drone names move with this U.S. patent news.
Okay. Real good breakdown there. I guess since we're already kind of talking about this, we might as well take a look at Red Hat here. We'll just kind of segue from one stock to the next. This was on the list here for stuff that you wanted to take a look at. Thinking about it, let me go back and see if I can find some of the stats in here that you were posting earlier. RCAT, new PO dropped on the government site from U.S. Customs and Border Protection. No action obligation yet, but base and all options are valued at $90 million. RCAT reiterates that they will not use the shelf. It was required for the short-term loan they got. Prepay on contracts will make the shelf unnecessary. That's definitely good news there. Yeah. And then let me see what else you had down here. Was that anything new? I know comments were kind of all over the place here. All right, here we go. RCAT, Wall Street Journal article today. U.S. military selects little-known Utah supplier for drone program. Army chooses Teal drones to provide thousands of reconnaissance aircraft. 13, you were just talking about a boost in some of the drone stocks here. RCAT actually up 12% from the close yesterday. You can see this was actually had some action here midday. That was the announcement of the shelf.
News, right? News, yep. And I think that you have to tell me, think about if this is the news you're waiting for, the one that we got yesterday. But he's been pounding the table on RCAT for a while, saying that they were getting more, U.S. military contracts. So if this is the one he was talking about, then you guys had this play. We had this play in our hands the whole time, and he was telling us about it the entire time. So that was great stuff.
Really good stuff there. RCAT also this morning, I don't think I mentioned this in those blurbs I was reading there. RCAT price target raised to 9 from 4 at Ladenburg. So you're getting a little bit of that as well here, kind of juicing it. Then yesterday, this was the short range reconnaissance program. This is deliver. Oh, this was just a delivery number on those on that drone thing there. Okay, so RCAT here having another day, another update here in the pre-market. Let's see if we can get above 540 and really roll. If we do, 560 going to be your intraday high from Monday that we'd be looking at. That's just kind of the short-term thing there. Really good stuff though on RCAT. Did you have anything else that you wanted to cover on this? Or I guess we can come back to this.
Not on RCAT. No, the only ones I was looking at today were TVGN, and then I indulged myself and took a look a little bit deeper into BTCT. Didn't really find anything special with BTCT. This is just going to move with Bitcoin, and it has been moving so far this morning.
Quick check in on Bitcoin here. Bitcoin futures made a high of 95,235, currently sitting right at 95,000. Tell you what, my Bitcoin portfolio has been raging recently. Yeah. Really awesome stuff there.
Thank you,
TVGN was next on the list here. Why don't we just go right into that? I'll go ahead and read the newsprint, kick it around the horn to you. Tevogen Bio holding shares are trading higher after the company announced it internally developed an intellectual property portfolio and product assets valued at over 10 billion that does not currently reflect in the balance sheet. Those are some pretty big numbers. 10 billion not being reflected in the balance sheet. Hell, the market cap of this company is only 232 million. So kind of a good piece of news there. Actually, the trading action looks pretty good. Quick little move around the horn here. Short interest, 11.7% with 1 day to cover. That's going to be all based on the average volume here. There was some, in the middle of October, one of the insiders was selling a little bit there. Not really a whole lot. Might have just needed a new suit or something like that. Wouldn't really take much from that. They do have cash on the balance sheet, although they burn cash every quarter. At some point, they're going to need to figure that out. And the float here, one of the higher ends of our range here, 31 million. All right, 13. What do you got here? TVGN.
So if that share price was going to reflect that 10 billion portfolio that if it was on the balance sheet, that would make TVGN about $58 a share. So I don't know that we're going to see that, but I think that and here's the other thing. TVGN is the one that says this. I haven't seen anybody else say that yet. So until somebody else comes along and says, yes, what they said about their portfolio is true, it's not going to ever get to $58. But at the same time, I also am thinking, this kind of is a little bit set up for an acquisition. Now, if somebody comes in and goes, wow, your portfolio sounds amazing. Can we take a look? We're interested in acquiring it. That would be a pretty big step. And then you could anticipate maybe that whether or not that's going to be something that that buying company finds to be true or not. Is a portfolio worth 10 billion? So just want to temper expectations. We're not going to see $58 a share out of TVGN.
Yeah.
But this is very, very interesting because it does open a lot the door to a lot of questions. I want to see somebody else other than TVGN say that, yes, their portfolio is worth that much. And then if that's the case, this thing will take off.
Okay, real quickly here, just kind of looking at this 166, 165 should be an area that this little guy needs to hold. We'll see if we end up holding that, or if we break down beneath that. We will check in on TVGN. I want to roll through just a couple of more here. I think you had said BTCT, that's going to be next on the list.
Yeah.
Also had QUBT releasing some news. We'll get to that here in a sec. Next one here is going to be KITT. This is Nauticus Robotics. Nauticus Robotics shares trading higher after the company announced it entered into a strategic collaboration with C-Trepid to integrate its test tool kit software on remotely operated vehicles. This stock popped as high as 160, has done nothing but take the sled down the snow hill. Wink. As this continues to come back in, looks like we're settling right where the impulse move kind of consolidated from yesterday. Quick look around the horn here. 3.79% of the float shorted with 2.39 days to cover. We did have insider buying earlier this year, but that was way back in the spring. Wasn't anything terribly recent. Stock does burn about $5 million a quarter, and they only have 3 million on hand. So at some point, they're going to need to figure out money here. Float 5.7 million, right in our butter zone. Did you have anything you wanted to comment here on KIT, or should I move to BTCT?
I didn't cover this one, but it looks like, being that they're in submersibles, it looks like they rose to periscope depth and then went back down underwater. But I would think that once we open,
hopefully they don't use an Xbox controller to control its
Wow.
descent and ascent.
Yeah. So the thing that I would want to watch for at the open is if it's actually finding a bottom now. If it hasn't found a bottom here, I think that maybe $1 you might get a bottom, but it's been hammered ever since after that pop. But I would think that we may get another push up out of the open or after the open, back up. I don't know how high, maybe 130, but I think it's trying to find a bottom here. So that's something I'll be watching for if I decide to trade KITT, is just to see if it bases.
Okay, BTCT is the next one here. You said that you were doing a little bit of a dive in. Can't wait to hear what you found. It's been on. Oh, nothing. Okay, so nothing.
It's just got a low float, and it mines. It's a Bitcoin mining company, and some of the revenue they get from selling the mining machines that they're getting, rid of to make room for new ones. I think there's some other, interesting things out there, but this is definitely one to watch for the Bitcoin movement, because this thing is volatile. It's got a good setup on the daily chart. I think that if Bitcoin continues to be as volatile as it is, BTCT could go back up to 27. Who knows where after that? But I think that's a possibility with this one if we continue this movement with Bitcoin. Yeah,
definitely keep an eye at Bitcoin here. Actually looks like it's setting up to kind of launch here again today. So we'll see if we get some of the excitement. Really awesome stuff. This has actually been one of the Bitcoin sympathy plays that has given us quite a bit of returns on playing that. Okay, a couple of comments here regarding Xbox controllers. I have to go with that. Amanda, Xbox controllers are great. It's all about access mapping. We use them in robotics all of the time. I noticed that you didn't say that you use them trying to visit the Titanic all of the time, which is what the reference was for. Good to know that the access mapping is good. Elon here. Hey, Ryan, let me tell you, I once set up my video game controller to trade. Just buy and sell the same amount. It was fun, quote, while it lasted. And
we're stay focused. That goes right in with his gamification of the market. This market, a lot of these are a video game. They really are.
Yeah, I mean, that's a little too risky for my blood, but props on giving that a shot. Okay. All right, next here on the list, let's do QUBT. I want to get that out of the way here. QUBT, you could see it is popping on volume here. This was after a fairly decent day yesterday, and another pre-market opening pop that we saw here today. If we flip over to the news tab here you go. Quantum Computing announces a second purchase order for TFLN Photonic Chip Foundry from the University of Texas at Austin. The financial terms of that were not disclosed. QUBT here popping 15.8% with the financial terms not disclosed. I think there's still a whole bunch of risk in here, but should be on deck for us to trade. Again, move around the horn here. Short interest, just under 6%. That's actually climbed a little bit from the recent reads. Keep that in mind here. Insiders don't really seem to be doing anything. There were sells at the fall of 2023, but really no other activity outside of the grants. Since then, stock does have $3 million in cash on its balance sheet, burns over $4 million per quarter. So they're going to need to figure something out here. It's quantum computing. We've talked about this theme quite a bit. Still in the infancy here. And then obviously float here. This is one of the thicker ones at 73 million. Do you have any thought here on QUBT? I know our group, Carmen, I think you're in this. I think there are several people that have been kind of following the quantum computing here. Might have a nice day on a move through 3.
Yeah, it looks like we're curling after. So this thing had some other news earlier this month that caused it to run up all the way to 469. And now we're pulling back, but we're coming off that pullback now. So if we can continue to curl like we're doing, it looks like we're setting up to take out that high and go to 5 this time. So that's a possibility. I could see that happening. I might need some other additional news with this, but this is maybe we get those figures from that purchase order and it sends it up. So, but this is on the technical side. It looks like it's trying to go back up to where those highs were.
Okay, real good stuff there. There is no try. Anyone else going to the president's inauguration? No, I actually looked into that. Can't really get the time away, though. Plus, we need to be here for the show. There is no try. But let me tell you something. If you want to make a boots on the ground report from there, We will let you do that here on the show. Safe travels. Have a good time. Take pictures.
He might say something that we can, trade around.
Exactly. And if we've got boots on the ground reporter, we're going to be bringing it to you as soon as we can. Okay. It's ticker time now. We got about 15, 16 minutes until we open here. I do have a list of some tickers here that folks wanted to take a look at.
Is Zim one of them?
Zim is absolutely one of them. And in fact, you'll be happy to know Zim was the 6th stock that I covered here this morning on their earnings. I even knew you were going to mention something. So what did I do? I, of course, previewed it, said we'd get 13's opinion when he shows up. You know what that means? The segue is now complete, and we will go ahead and start talking about Zim. Really quick, I'm going to give you the top news again, just to kind of rehash that. Then I'm going to turn it over to you, 13. Zim beat on the top and the bottom line, declared a total dividend of $3.65. $2.81 is the quarterly dividend, with another 84-cent special dividend on top of that. Zim, ticker ZIM, reports 117% year-over-year growth in revenue and 626% rise in adjusted EBITDA. Good numbers there, 13. What say you?
That's the power of increasing rates. And that's basically why you're seeing these revenues. It all comes down to their rates, what they've negotiated in the earlier in the year. I haven't read into this report yet, but if they're giving full year guidance, it seems like their next quarter, Q4, will be a good one as well. As far as the technicals go, we've actually traded up to a very interesting spot on the daily chart. If you go to that, we actually went up to the area where there's support. It's a support and resistance area. It's about
back from 2022.
Yes, sir. September 2022. You got the price was bearing down. It bounced around this area once. It was about $30 when it did that, and it fell through. When it came back up after getting support from about $23, it came right back up to the same area that we're at now, found resistance, and then it absolutely cratered. So this is a very important level for the price to start, getting over, closing over. And it's got a little bit of consolidation from just before it fell through back in September 2022. So this is going to be, this could be a little bit of a volatile area for the stock as it tries to make its way higher. Don't know what kind of price action we're going to get. It could just blow right through it, or we could see another rejection, at which point it comes back down bases and then tries again to go and break out that high. So those are two possibilities I'd be looking for in Zim. Keep in mind, this daily RSI is very extended.
Yeah, absolutely. Guess what, though? Breaking news here on Benzinga's Market Edge. We are going for an extra half an hour today. Instead of ending at 11, we will be ending at 11:30 before we send it over to All Access. So, folks, what am I going to need from you? I'm going to need you to clear at least 30 minutes on your calendar so we can continue to trade. I know we always get requests for that, and you get it here today at Market Sniper. I knew you were going to be fired up. I was like, I cannot wait to say this on stream, because I'm going to make Market Sniper's day. Jonathan Cooper as well. Motion. Let's go. Let's go. Okay.
Jay Rice, I got to say, man, I don't really think this is a cyclical company. This is something that really only is doing well because rates are high, and it's the certain environment that we're in. And the only other time where it was like this high, where it was ripping, was back when we had the supply chain issues as a result of COVID. So unless the world is, kind of on fire, it doesn't seem like this company is going to really do that well. So I get what you're saying, but cyclical, I don't think this is something that's going to be reoccurring, all the time. It's got to be something that I think this is more tied to chaos among, shippers than anything else. If you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, and also real quickly here, I know we were just talking about the Tyson-Paul fight. Folks, I will be your distributor for the tickets to the 13 Jay Rice fight when we get that booked. I can't wait for it. We'll make sure everyone gets front row seats for that. Just kidding to both of you. Real quick here, Diamond Hotline, you were asking earlier, you're asking me directly, did you get into the Walmart Bear options trade? Yes, I actually filled the starter here on the show yesterday, added to that position last night as well. That is going to be the December 83 put. I did not sell calls. I bought puts. And actually, with the report here this morning, that was looking pretty good, although Walmart is starting to trade up. So really quickly, I wanted to mention that there as well. Okay, let's go. Stay focused. I knew I could count on you, boss. I knew I could count on you.
Thinking about it, saying I don't know about home builders right now, wait for pullback. I agree with that. I think that's something we were talking about earlier this week with Matt Malley as well. With we were looking at these more, waiting for the home builder data, like housing starts, building permits. We're also getting existing home sales later this week. Today we should be getting mortgage indexes. So lots of housing data coming out this week. I agree. I think home builders, especially when we look at their charts, it looks like they are about due to come back in as well.
Yeah, so a couple of things here. First, I have to highlight the joke here because it's just too good. Sydney's saying that Jay Rice is going to slap 13. Okay, well, if that's a reference to the 13, just don't step on his toe, right? Because that's apparently what Tyson was saying. So anyway, jokes aside here, real quickly here, we did talk about those home builders, and I know that Melvin just gave you this was from the Glenn Greenberg's fund, and Lennar was one of them. Really quickly, though, I want to show you something. So here's Toll. We actually talked with Matt about Toll on Monday. He said that this was actually one of the good examples of that. Look where it is, sitting right there at the 50. There's a good 20 points, 21 plus points down to the 200. If you look at something like Lennar, little bit different story. This is actually already come back in. I would, if I were looking for a long trade on a home builder, I would be much more inclined to look at Lennar as opposed to Toll. I totally agree. I think Toll could come back in. Another one to take a look at here real quick would be ticker BZH. That's going to be Beazer Homes. You can see that actually recently had a spike. That came back in and actually wait for a 30 handle test here, ticker BZH, if you're looking along that. So to the point with the home builders there, you're absolutely right. Some of them should probably come in. In fact, was it last year we did a short on Toll earlier that was real good. Maybe that was earlier this year. No, that must have been last year. Yeah, that must have been right. Yeah, that was last year. That was in the fall of 2023. That was a real good short there with options. We'll look to see if we can hit that again. Okay, good stuff there. What's the next stock that you folks want to take a look at here? I did have a list. We took a look at RCAT. We can take a look at SIM real quick. I know we were trading that yesterday.
Jay Rice and Jonathan Cooper mentioning DXY.
DXY. Okay, let me do that one next. I just wanted to really quickly take a look at SIM. Okay. Yesterday we had that nice. They had earnings yesterday, right? That was one of the things that did it. Yep. So, yeah. And then we're getting a lot of re-ratings here today. Looks like price target hikes at Northland, Needham, Cantor, BWS Financial, DA Davidson. They actually maintained their price target there. So SIM up again about 1% here in the pre-market. 40 seems to be another decent level here on SYM. We'll see if this ends up getting rolling here.
Yeah, this warehouses.
TXY was the other one.
Yeah, I like warehouses. For the long term. This is kind of in that play. SYM. But sorry, DXY.
Oh, he's talking about the dollar, I thought. Keep an eye on the dollar and the TLT. Yeah, that's what he was talking about. Now, okay, so at first there, God, my brain is going way too fast here. How much time do we have? 8 minutes. DYXZ. What is
DXYZ? I think is what
DXYZ. Thank you, for heaven's sakes. DXYZ. That I have to just remember. This is interesting here today. This, of course, owns a chunk of SpaceX. 13. The other thing that I kind of teased yesterday was that earlier today is that we watched that launch. Looked awesome. Had a great time. It seemed like it passed every test that they were looking for. The stock, the DXYZ, this fund that holds some SpaceX, sold off, I guess, when the booster exploded. Why don't you go ahead and kind of run this down for us here today? I'm going to step away for just 1 sec. I'll be BRB.
So I think you're talking about like why DXYZ went down as a result of the booster exploding. Well, my understanding is that DXYZ owns a little piece of SpaceX, and when people own the stock and they see something like the rocket booster that was caught last time explode this time, the first thought is, oh, well, this is a failure. This is, they're going backwards. I need to sell the stock. Let's sell the news event. That's what happened with DXYZ and probably a lot of other space stocks. I wouldn't be worried about it. SpaceX always does these tests like this, where they are constantly trying to collect data, improve their product, and they will go through many iterations of that product until they are finally settle upon one that they're comfortable continuing to use for commercial uses, like their Falcon 9, their Falcon Heavy. That went through a number of iterations, saw a ton of explosions, and a lot of those booster rockets failing before they finally got them to land on their own, not tip over, and things of that nature. So when the booster that from that flight test came back in today and was not caught like it was last time, not a big deal, because the whole purpose of the flight test this time was not to specifically catch the booster. It was something they were going to try to do, but the more important things were because they're not going to do another flight test just to see if they can replicate what they did the last time. They're going to actually be testing more things. So they tested the Raptor vacuum engines in space. That was successful. They wanted to see a daylight landing in the Indian Ocean. That was successful. They wanted to put the maximum amount of stress on both the booster and the Starship vehicles. So that's what they did. And it's likely at that point that they determined that the booster is probably not going to be able to be caught for whatever reason. Don't have any of the information on why they decided to have it go into the ocean and explode. But it's better than actually destroying the entire launch pad because they said, screw it, we're going to go ahead and do it regardless of what our data is telling us that says we shouldn't. So I wouldn't worry about SpaceX. This is their last time that they are going to launch that Block 1 configuration. Next year in the first quarter, they're going to be launching their Block 2 configuration, and that's going to also be the configuration that is going to have the most important aspect of space exploration and all these space stocks. That's the orbital refueling. So once we get past that milestone, we should start to see some of these space stocks do really, really well.
Okay. Real good stuff there. Real quick, Conga, appreciate you mentioning FBRX here. Looks like this is just going right now. Forte Biosciences secures $53 million in oversubscribed private placement to advance FB102 clinical programs across autoimmune indications with key data readouts expected in 2025. Stock popping here on heavy volume here in the pre-market, up 76%. FBRX, this is a mover here today. Taking a look at the chart, the way I would look at this, do not chase this. Do not chase this. This thing's absolutely ripping here. We'll see if this comes back in and gives us a setup. Thinking about it, hopefully Ryan can put this list in chat. Which list are you referring to? Was this something that you gave, 13?
No. Oh, maybe the space stocks.
Oh, yeah, sure. Of course I can do that. Of course I can do that here. In fact, why don't I know we got 3 minutes till we open here. Let me see if I can go and do that. You know what though? My space list is much bigger than yours.
Oh, I can send you mine.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think yours is a little bit more. Let me go ahead and add this here.
There is no try. I seriously doubt the launch has anything to do with that stock move. We were watching the launch and the stock at the same time. As soon as the booster exploded, the stock went right down. It's absolutely 100% tied. It's
100%. Now, was it right or wrong? That's another discussion. 13, I'll tell you what, why don't you give the space list? Yours is way more refined to what we've been talking about recently. My space watch list has kind of been an amalgam from all of the different times we've talked about it. Okay. Real good stuff here, though. FBRX giving us a play right here earlier. Okay.
Oh crap! That's all kind of.
That's right. You can just put spaces in it. Okay.
Yeah, let's remove that and try again.
That space list should just be a Benzinga article, so you could just link the URL. Amanda, I love how your brain just works on the efficiency wavelength. It's just going to make everything easier. One of the things that I want to do, and it's actually in the works, I'd like to be able to share watch lists with you. So if I have one made, or if I spend time making one for space or Tim Melvin stocks or anything in between, I can literally just post a hyperlink or something and you can import it into your own platform. That is the way that we're going. We definitely want to make that easier, but you're correct. You are correct. Okay. Chewy also got mentioned. I know we're running out of time here before we open. Got less than a minute here. Let me take a look at Chewy. I think it got some upgrades this morning, right? Yeah. Chewy trading higher here. Chewy shares trading higher. Bank of America Securities upgraded the stock from underperform to buy, raised the price target from 24 to 40. That is really good news here. Chewy's sitting at like 34.50. Daily chart looking really good for a possible breakout. Actually, we did break out from that. Okay, looking pretty good. Jay, I'd like to know what your targets are here. 40 seems to be the easy one, the price target, and also a former resistance level. That is, of course, Chewy, ticker CHWY. Okay, let me flip over to the main workspace. We are opening in less than 10 seconds, 5 seconds now. Let's go. Let's find some stocks to trade. Oh, I'm excited. I'm excited for today. Holidays are about here.
All right. Well, it looks like Archer finally hit that level that we were talking about yesterday. 520, got a little bit higher in the pre-market, and now we're selling. We'll have to wait for that one to
Hey,
come back.
Tom, I'm actually going to personally screenshot your comment and deliver that awesome feedback to Anne Marie. I know that will make her day. I know that will make her day. Boom. Presented without comment, Tom. Presented without comment. Okay. Here we go. QSI, first move here, doing a decent job trying to hold on to that 65 EMA. RCAT wild here. Congrats. You know what? I'm just going to give a preemptive congrats to Carmen, who I know is long this from 55 cents. Carmen, great 10 bagger. Carmen, way to go. Make sure you pay yourself on some of that.
QSI dropped out of the open, but it's trying to get some support. TVGN sideways. SPAI tried to pop over VWAP, couldn't hold it. And looks like BTCT's pushing over VWAP, trying to get going here. Pre-market high is 2167.
I didn't screw the ticker up today, folks. Carmen, yes, I'm waiting for $100 a share. Carmen, let me tell you something. If you close a trade where this equity went from 55 cents to $100, I mean, we're going to have to throw a party for you or something, because that is something else. Okay. I've never had a game.
RCAT is bumping up against 6, but there's a huge amount of sell orders. We chew through this. We could start flying. Here we go. Just destroyed it. Now we're going. There we go. Baby, she's flying, man.
We're quick on the ones and twos today, 13. That's for sure. That's absolutely for sure. RCAT, nice little bust through there. A good scalp if you hit it. I was a little too slow. Didn't get filled. Great call, though, 13. Great call. I tried.
No problem. Looks like we're also getting some movement in BTCT as well.
Okay, I got to adjust some of my stuff here. Okay, there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. I picked the wrong time to throw the hoodie on. I'll tell you that much. Feel like I missed a little bit there. All right. By the way, the unusual options, I made an adjustment to my scanner here. I'm basically going to be looking for some bigger options flows. There's at least going to need to be 100 contracts in there for anyone that cares. Let's see what we got here. Okay.
I could see RCAT going to 750 today. I could see it. All right, let's see here with these other names. SPAI, that's not looking good. Having a hard time getting above VWAP. QSI, it's, the float's making it a little bit of a slow mover, but it's on the edge of pushing over the pre-market high. Archer, that went down to 491. Looks like it's getting some support. What's Sim doing?
Ooh, Archer pulled. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
FBRX, how are we doing with that?
Zim also pulling.
FBRX, this pull, did this halt?
I don't know. Let me see here.
I think this did. I think FBRX is halted to the downside. Indeed,
yes,
halted to the downside, FBRX.
RCAT also pulling back.
QUBT ripping.
Oh, yeah. What was that one that looked really bad? Is it KITT?
KITT, that was the one that really kind of bled back. I made a really bad joke about going down a sledding hill. BKKT from yesterday, this trying to trade back up to that $37 top end of the range. BKKT.
Nice done, Izzy. Nice job, Izzy. Well done, Izzy is what I meant to say.
Nice done, Izzy.
Nice done, Izzy.
AAOI, another one. Man, this one, I definitely should have just kind of listened to you guys and held this one. Look at this move on AAOI. Really awesome stuff here. From the teens to 30. Applied Optoelectronics. Really great move here. RMSG is halted. QSI halted now to the upside, 168. This is also your pre-market high.
BKKT, this one's popping out of the open.
Sure
here.
Is. RCAT, you actually might. So if RCAT, we're saying 750, 13, is that what that if this holds 6, if this continues to hold 6, I think you do have another upside trade here. Yep. With you on that. Nvidia ahead of its earnings here, pulling a little bit out of the gate. SPY also pulling off of those highs. Is this foreshadowing? You tell me, folks.
SPAI trying to push over 3 and VWAP. Is QSI halted?
Yes, it is.
Here we go with SPAI. That one's starting to move here.
Sure did.
Right. Zim trying to come back. The pre-market high in Zim is 29.80. It hit that a few times since making that high, or a couple times since making that high. It was once in the pre-market and once after the open. So that looks like a pretty important level to get over. Might see some fireworks if we start pushing over that. QUBT, that went up to 345, coming back into VWAP.
SPAI did take out that 315 high, printed 317 and came back in. So it's not continuing to move, but it did break that high we were watching.
Mm-hmm.
Zim, I am interested on this if we can get above 30. Target getting mentioned here. Let's see if Target is on target here.
I was getting hammered this morning.
Lower we go. 122.82 going to be your pre-market lower thereabouts. 122.5 maybe. We'll see if that goes in here. Let's check it on Walmart, which we are short via long puts. All right, looks like we tried to pop up to 87 and we've turned around here. Really want to see this thing print below 85. That'd be awesome. Mara is moving. M-A-R-A.
Zim looking to break 30.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt you there.
You're fine. You're totally fine.
29.99. It just touched it. Oh man, it's certainly trying. MACD looks good, curling to the upside. Just need to get that volume expansion to break over that wall at 30. Thinking about it, what time do you have right now? Because it seems like you might be a little bit behind on the stream, which is not your fault. But
and I am getting that clock. I am going to get that added to the stream here, so it'll be easier for you folks to tell without mentioning whether or not you're up to date or not. So don't worry, that is coming. Also, thinking about it, has been a RCAT holder for some time. QSI is open. That's popping and moving higher here on QSI.
Might halt again.
Yeah, I got no position in this QSI, unfortunately.
Still moving. So
still watching Zim though. I'm with you on this one. I actually took a little here to 29.90 just to see if we can break above 30.
They are really building up positions in front of the 180 for QSI.
SPY big pull here. Netflix 888.8 is your intraday high. No, I'm not kidding.
No, I don't know what that move was on. I was just trying to see what the SPY move was about. I don't see anything at the moment.
Parker's Thinker Swim Indicator is saying that Ukraine firing into Russia.
I see that, but
Yeah,
that
here
was
we go. Here we go. So here, I'll read you the report that I see. Reports hitting wires claiming that Ukraine has fired up to 12 Anglo-French Storm Shadow long-range missiles into Russia. This comes a day after some of that news there. So I can't confirm that. I am seeing that on Twitter here. Can't confirm it though.
I see that, but that was like 15 minutes ago that news broke.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, it's kind of, yeah, you know, it's about, it could be that it's just that it's a little bit, this move comes a little bit late.
QSI halted again here. Good call, Nick. That's 177 halted to the upside. That's the second upside halt here. QSI. Nvidia
Nice.
continuing to leak here, by the way. Zim still struggling with that 30 area. We'll see if it can get above that on Zim.
Yeah, that was a big wall for them.
They're still hitting 30.
Looks like Bitcoin pulled on that as well. So maybe it gives us some opportunities. RCAT almost 650 now. Holy cow. There we go. 650 trying to chew through that wall.
Look at that. That did kind of come back in here and test that 6. It was quick. You had to be quick, but that did work.
Thinking about it, you're looking for 685 in RCAT today. I could see it. All right. What's going on with SPA? I mean, those
SPAI did. It looks like it did take some new highs here. Let me pull that up.
Just a little concerned about it with all. You see how we get these long wicks at the top here? It's happened. Yep. It was happening in
320
pre-market
spot for sure.
Yeah, I just a little bit concerned about those. But yeah, 320, and well, and then you can look at our ladder here. We have 325 is the start of really big resistance, that huge sell order wall. Okay, well,
Zim coming back in a little bit here. I'm gonna have to take that off and wait for another setup on Zim.
Yeah, starting to get a pull on a lot of these.
Yep, market is still pulling here. SPY 588. NASDAQ futures just pounding the lows at the moment.
Bitcoin losing 94K. What are the other Mag 7s doing?
Tesla at the lows.
Yeah, it looks like the one that's having the best day is the only one that's green. That's Apple. And I think that's only up because of the weakness of Singles Day in China. Not
FBRK here did hold on to 9, and it looks like it's trying to curl. No position there, FBRK. Target slammed some more. Walmart not responding to that yet. Would really love to see Walmart pull.
Well, what did Target say?
I mean, they just a huge miss on earnings, just an absolutely huge miss. Yeah. So here, I actually have some of the stats here real quick. Target, big miss. EPS 185 versus the 230 estimate. Sales was just kind of a little miss. They cut guidance. 126 is actually a big level. They broke that. So now we're actually in that gap that fills down at 111. So yeah, not great there. Not great there.
Yeah.
We also have a go woke, go broke aspect with Target. Yeah, so a lot of bad news there on Target. All right, Zim is through that 30 here now.
Nice. And there it goes.
3014 going to be your high print there.
Looks like FBRX is also trying to turn around here. That's the Forte Biosciences one that we were talking about.
Yeah, that did a really good job holding 9. This went right back to the VWAP. Looks like it's kind of flirting with that there as well.
Kit actually hit $1. Don't know if we're going to get it to turn around here, but this is where I would think that it starts to reverse. If we don't get a reversal here, probably going down into the 90s cents area, maybe lower, don't know. But
yeah, I'm staying away from Kit. We got way other good stuff here. LNTH Lantheus, Jay Rice, I know you love this. Ripped after an awful 2 weeks here. It's looking pretty good.
Looks like we're getting a turnaround here in BTCT. Bitcoin also reclaiming 94K and going higher. TVGN, that got support from the 200 EMA on the 5-minute. Currently trying to work its way back up to VWAP, but there's a bit of consolidation between 165 and 170.
RCAT pulled back to this 6 area, held and bounced again. VIX is above 17 again.
QUBT, if we can continue to hold VWAP here, it's got a really nice bull flag that it's trying to form. So,
QSI resumed and is going higher.
Oh, yeah. Let's see if we can get some support from QUBT. That one also looks like it could turn around if we hold VWAP.
Okay.
So RCAT went as high as 650. Looks like it pulled a little bit, got support from VWAP. Now it's trying to go back up. DJT, this one looks like it's about to break the intraday high of 3093, trying to push up right now. As far as a target goes in this one, I'd say about 3340 would be my upside target for a DJT if we start to really move.
Sorry, I'm a little bit late there. Here is your DJT. We'll see if that breaks out that 31 area. QSI stopped after that recent push higher. FBRX still holding 9, and RCAT still pumping, looking for a 650 break on RCAT.
Well done on your trades, Grant. Looks like PDYN thinking about is mentioning because they are partnered with RCAT, and that's moving up. Jay Wild also mentioning ZETA, Zeta.
That was, I did notice that on the scanner earlier. Here we go. Oh my God, Zeta really ramping here, up almost 12%. Now, was there news on this? Indeed. Insider buys on this. Price raised 28 from 24 at Canaccord. Is that a nice move there?
Yeah, this is cloud computing, automation, you know, a lot of the things that is lifting the market right now. All right, QUBT getting support from that. Yep, it looks like we're going to try and move off of that VWAP and move over 345. Just need to see this volume continue to expand.
Yep, want to see this near-term intraday trend fall. We should be pretty good. Zim might not be done. That pulled after taking out that 30 level again. It pulled back down to VWAP. Now it's making its way back up there. Watch if this takes 30 again. On some of these names, we've seen it's been the second, third, or maybe even fourth attempt before the thing really gets rolling. See if Zim takes that out. This is no stranger. We've seen this thing pop before. It's no stranger to big runs here on Zim.
That is a nice reversal in Lunar. Let's see if it holds. I want to see it hold VWAP, and if it can't hold that, I want to see it at least hold 12. We are in a consolidation area with this one between 12 and 12.
What is this? Sorry,
12 and 1265. This is Lunar.
Lunar, LUNR. Sorry.
No worries. Zim back over 30.
Boom.
New intraday high.
Popping Zim and scalp done 1 for 1 today. Boom,
all
boom,
right.
boom. BTDR getting called here by Jay Wild. This thing running on volume. That volume still expanding here. BitDeer. This moving with Bitcoin. Bitcoin back above 95K on the futures chart.
Bitcoin miner.
Jay Rice mentioning A-Lab. It's up 2%. Ooh, nice little pop here on A-Lab. A-Lab holding up better than most. Indeed, we did have, was this yesterday? Yeah, it looks like insider selling some shares there. RCAT right back up to 650. Watch RCAT here at 650.
Yeah, Zeta nice. Keeps going. Looks like 25 is coming up for the Zeta. FBRX still trying to get back above VWAP, but holding this this 880 level.
RMSG. I'm not sure what this is, Wiss. Wix, this also reported earnings here. This actually going higher here. Wix.com shares trading higher after company reported better than expected Q3 financial results. We actually ran out of time and didn't cover this one. Beat on the top and the bottom line. Q3 bookings rose 16% year over year, 449.8 million. Wow.
Here goes QUBT.
QUBT going.
Yep.
That's right through the trend that we really wanted to see break. RCAT still flirting with 650. Big size there, RCAT 651.
They are bringing a lot of sell orders in with QUBT.
So here is your QUBT. IONQ also getting mentioned here in the chat. IONQ, wow. Big move here. Nice little pull off VWAP too. That'd have been really good to trade. Yep, Dan, there you are. I asked for you earlier. I said, where's Dan Zimmerman when we need him here? Of course, Zim, 365 dividend. That's the 281 quarterly plus the 84. By the way, on that, you need to own that by what? Deck 2? Let me get the actual day for you here. If you want to capture that dividend here, it is ex-div December 2nd, payable December 9th. For Zim?
QSI halted. It's halted down.
Halt this time.
Yep. That after it hit, looks like almost 190. This is that area that it went up to. That's in the middle of a big consolidation area from November of last year to May of this year. So might have a little bit of time trying to get through that area as high as 236. So.
Market finding some support here. SPY, that sell-off has really kind of abated. Same thing with the NASDAQ futures here. This is at just your pivot point. I use Person's pivots in my broker. If any of you are familiar with that, it's just right here at the pivot on both the NASDAQ and the SPY. SPY actually showing some weakness, like it wants to go lower here. See if that ends up rolling. Mag 7 all red. Apple had a huge reversal. That actually traded up out of the gate, gave everything back.
But it's okay because that is still going. It's over 25 now.
BRX flirting with the VWAP. This did a really good job holding 9.
I was just going to say that looks like it's trying to push through VWAP right now.
It does.
1140 is the intraday high in that one.
VWAP 974, 10 prints coming now. This thing's spread too.
Yep. Be very careful with this one. QUBT looking like this may lose its altitude here. May lose VWAP. I don't like the way those upper shadows are looking. Not saying it's going to roll over, but it's I'd be cautious about this one. Make sure you have your stop set.
SPI, there is so much action here. I'm so proud of all of you folks. This is awesome. BTDR at the highs, MicroStrategy at the highs again. MicroStrategy every day. This thing goes up. Nvidia is bouncing here, not quite back at its VWAP on Nvidia, but the lows at least are holding here.
FBRX, that one was starting to move over VWAP, and then it got a really big pull. I'm starting to see a lot of this happen with these names that we're trading. So be careful, folks. This is a little bit of a weaker market that I think we're dealing with today. Yeah,
I think it's weaker than it appears too on the surface here. FBRX, big pullback to VWAP. Remember that spread that can really pull back quickly here. Izzy mentioning rum. Rum is on fire here today. Really quickly, the news here on rum. First of all, it looks like we have some insider buys paying with tax. Yeah, that's exactly what. Sells. Excuse me, paying with tax. The other thing that we had here, there was some news yesterday. This was from yesterday. Rumble CEO Chris Pavlovsky posts on X: should Rumble add Bitcoin to its balance sheet? It will be going the way of MicroStrategy there. We've seen that really trade up. Rumble up 13% here today. This was a question. I'm not even sure that he's done that yet.
Looking at Zeta, this could run up to 26.35. I mean, it's got the momentum right now. I would think that it goes up to 26.35. That's a 65 EMA on the daily.
Okay, there is Zeta. EA, someone was mentioning this. This was Richard from yesterday, Electronic Arts. This actually pretty extended on the daily here. Was kind of looking for a short for that. Haven't filled anything on it yet.
Oh, well done, Sideshow. And I think that a lot of that has to go towards thinking about it, who has been hammering us all with RCAT.
Don't leave Carmen out. Don't leave Carmen out, or she will come over and she will end you.
When I think of Carmen, I think of the quantum plays. Those have been doing really well.
I'm just saying, Carmen's long RCAT from 55 cents. Time to show some respect.
Dang. I will. Hey.
I know. I'm being dramatic. Come on. Real quickly here, Sideshow. This is great to hear. This is exactly the type of stuff that I want to see. The number is impressive, but really for me today, history, the fact that you're calling this history, first time in such a game, for you to be citing our community there, really, really impressive. Remember, at the end of the day, please pat yourself on the back because it's you accepting the risk and actually pushing the buttons. But this is exactly the type of stuff that we want to build here in this community. So love hearing this. Let's keep rolling it forward.
QSI is open. Looks like it's trying to push up. I was just looking at another one. It looks like FBRX still trying. It's above VWAP at the moment, but just be careful. We saw it get hammered pretty quickly last time it was above that.
MCRB trading up here. Remember, this one had some rumor about Nestle buying it out, blah, blah, blah. And I don't have this anymore, or donated money on that stupid play, but that is moving up here today, 80 cents. FBRX getting mentioned here, this back above 10. Watch if it breaks out. We get this formation here, 1020. It looks like. Actually, I'll bring FBRX up. Real quick, NXTT. I know we don't have tuna here today. I'm going to do my best job here. This pulled, held in there, might be trying to come back up to the VWAP here at 311. NXTT. And Next Computing Technology, was this related to the quantum computing? Corporate strategy, software development services and other strategy to acquire and hold Bitcoin. It provides AI-enabled software development services. The AI and Bitcoin angle here, not quite quantum computing.
FBRX pushed.
Here you go. Dang, look at that. It's halted.
It is halted.
Okay. FBRX halted.
It's probably going to get go beyond 1140, which is the intraday high. Frank S. Yes, target earnings was that bad. Their actual print was a big miss, and their guidance was pretty bad. So yes, it is getting hammered. And in this market, when we report earnings, in the way that this market currently is, we're going to get these outsized moves. Like this is a really, really big sell-off, just like we've been seeing really, really big gains on these other stocks that have been reporting earnings. And a 25-cent change in price target will move a stock, $10, that kind of thing. So a little bit of an outsized move down, but at the same time, yes, they were bad.
TVGN here. This popped to the VWAP, came right back, being supported by the 65 EMA.
Yeah, SPAI also trying to push back up. Lots of wicks on the top here. Be careful with that one.
QSI, huge pull, right back down to the VWAP on QSI.
And halted, yeah. Zim coming in as well. Archer, I think, is going to also come back down a little bit. This is going to likely pull down to probably somewhere around 475, maybe a little bit lower, so it can get ready to make the next move up, the next leg, we could say, because we're looking for a breakthrough 520 on the next visit up. So maybe not this week. Possibly next week if we get that in a pretty short order here. So we'll see if that's what happens.
Can y'all explain margin? So this is basically when you're borrowing from your broker. So the one thing I'll say, especially to newer traders, don't trade on margin. Just don't, even if you have a margin account, that's fine. Just don't use margin, because then you start opening yourself up to margin calls if things go wrong and you've got to deposit money into your account. You might not have money and be in big trouble. Margin is basically borrowing from your broker. Stay focused. Target doesn't stop going down. Not when you do what Target has been doing here. Should be good for the Walmart trade. Let's check in real quick on my Walmart short. Okay, it's down, but barely. Really like to see this kind of accelerate to the downside.
Yeah, Walmart. Sorry if you can hear a landscaper.
I actually thought that was a motorcycle. I thought someone was doing a wheelie right by your house.
No, I'd get up and go and look at that if that was happening.
Palantir resuming its pullback here.
Yeah, well, I was just going to take a look at Target and see, take a look at something just to satisfy my own curiosity. Nope. Yeah. So
is he giving you a price target here on Target? He's long at 100. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I can see that. That's the October lows or close to the October lows from last year. Actually, just beneath it. I can see it going down to the October lows for sure.
SPAI still flirting with that $3 level. More selling now in some of the bigger names. NASDAQ continuing to move to the downside. So it stopped at that pivot and kept going, dragging Nvidia with it. New lows here on Nvidia. SPY doing the exact same thing.
Uh-oh.
What?
Did somebody find out the Nvidia numbers early?
Man, if I'll tell you what, if Nvidia, if that really cracks, tomorrow could be an interesting day.
I don't want people to get hurt in the market, but man, we do need to cool off.
Yeah. Ryan, this is for Tim Melvin's list. Is there another comment coming there?
Ground research on Target yesterday for me. Tech section and home goods were bare shelves going into Christmas. Seems odd to me.
Well, I mean, is that people buying already?
I get okay. So because I think that what the River is saying is they didn't have products out, so I guess the assumption was that they were getting bought. The other thing I would be wondering about is, are they getting products? Do they have enough? Because we're going to probably see some restrictions on that. I know a lot of these suppliers were trying to said no inventory to put on shelves. That's what I was getting at. Yeah. So they said no. So not if you have no inventory, then you don't have sales, and if you don't have sales, you don't have revenue. You don't have revenue, you don't have income. So yeah, if you, that's a big problem for Target. If they can't get products to sell, that's even worse than their earnings.
Tesla here. This actually did bounce a little bit, right back to its VWAP, rejected.
SPAI.
Good morning, Florida Yacht Insurance guy.
SPAI is trying again here. 327 is the pre-market high.
Remember, so we did break above 3. Okay, we were just looking at this at 3. Nice little break above. Let's see if we get above that 320. Upside halt in FBRX again.
Just be careful. Every time this thing SPAI has pushed up this morning, it's been met with some heavy selling. So, be careful with this one. If we get a breakout, great. Let's sell into that strength. But just keep in mind that this has been doing this all morning, where it runs up and then gets a big old sell in there.
That's SPAI, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, 315 and 320 definitely seem to be sell points for the day trading purpose. Good morning, Rustam. Feel like it's been a while since we've seen you, Rustam. Hopefully everything is well with you.
Jonathan Cooper, I would say that that's probably true. It's getting talked about a lot more. It's being used a lot more. I think you're right about that. I think that it's gonna. I hate to say it. I think it's gonna be a lot more like gold going up. And gosh, who was that? I sent you that video yesterday, Ryan, about that interview, and that gentleman was talking about Bitcoin as well. And it's just like another asset class, like any other at this point.
Oh, this was the World Bank director,
yes.
Eric Bethel. Yeah, that
yes.
was an awesome interview on the Sean Ryan show, by the way. Highly advise that. A little dry at the beginning if you don't follow that stuff, but that was a really good episode.
So, Bitcoin, especially if banks start needing to hold it. That'd be the event. As soon as banks are required to hold it, or they just make a decision on their own to hold it, Bitcoin's gone. I think that's the event that makes it take off big time. I think that's the event that will have it go over $1 million a coin. So it looks like KITT is finding a bit of a. I mean, I don't even want to talk about this one because it's so slow moving, and it just didn't look like it was going to be a good thing. But it seems to be finding a bottom at $1, trying to push back up. I don't know what this is going to do, and there's a big amount of resistance at 115. If you feel this is worth a trade, go for it. But I don't really think there's a whole lot here.
Yeah, I don't know.
I thought there'd be more after the open, but nah.
QSI open and bouncing off the VWAP here. MDAI looks like this popped, or this, okay, did pop into an upside halt. This is resumed now. Let's see, there was another TT. That was NXTT, I think. That was the other TT ticker here. Okay, NXTT breaking down. Okay, that might be done.
FBRX. Thank you, Rustam, for mentioning that. This one broke over that intraday high. It's now halted. 1210 current high. Oh, this thing may pop a little bit out of the open, FBRX, before it comes back in. It's coming up to a good amount of consolidation. Maybe it gets into the 13 handle before that happens, but there's a consolidation between almost where the price is now, all the way up to the $15, almost $16 area.
Target did finally bounce a little bit, or at least stop going down. Nvidia here, new lows. Nvidia is still plunging. SPY at the lows, NASDAQ at the lows.
Jonathan Cooper, I don't doubt that whatsoever. The thing that I'm a little worried about is the talk about tying Bitcoin to real estate. I think that might be a big mistake. Not that you couldn't use it to buy real estate, but I think there was a call to tie it to that. So I'd have to go and look and see how that would work. But I don't like the idea of Bitcoin and real estate moving together, because when the first thought to me is if the value of your home is tied to the value of Bitcoin. So if Bitcoin goes down, then the value of your home go down. The value of your home is going to be tied to the value of just crypto. I don't know that I particularly like that.
Dangerous, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah.
It's very dangerous. 1320 at unhalts is Jay Wild for FBRX. All right, well, here we go. Let me take a look here. Because that should be within that consolidation I was just mentioning. Yeah, almost smack in the middle of it too. All right. Upside anticipated for FBRX out of the halt. QSI getting some VWAP support. Let's see if it holds. Intraday high is 189. Bitcoin also coming back in a little bit.
Nova up 20% here on an insider buy from last night.
Hello, Mike.
Good morning, Mike. SPAI still flirting with that 315 level. FBRX still halted here. RCAT below 6.
I don't know the answer to that hustle and bustle. I think it's just something that was only recently getting discussed about, so I don't have a lot of information on it. But the fact that it's even being talked about has me a little concerned. Wiss mentioning Kit. This is the one that I was just talking about. Yeah, it's oh wow, okay. So we did get that move. We get a little bit of movement here. I think what did I say? It was like, I don't remember what I said that it could go to, but here we got a little bit of a pop. It went as high as 111, and came right back in after hitting the 200 EMA on the 5-minute. VWAP on this one is at 124. So that could have very well been it for Kit too. I don't know. QUBT trying to turn around, recapture BWAP.
BKKT, this had a nice little pop out of the open, but has really kind of come back in.
Replay game lab. For me, I think Bitcoin is exciting because of its decentralized nature. I think that's the real big thing with it, with Bitcoin. That's most appealing to traders and investors.
Yeah, no question. RCAT back above 6. That was fast. Nvidia continuing to show weakness here today. Wonder if we get dip buyers to step in at any point today. 586 on the SPY as that continues to pull.
QUBT pushing above VWAP right now. 345 is the intraday high.
Good morning, Chris. Alt is what you're trading here. Alt Immune. This has actually had a nice move. What happened in the after hours yesterday at Alt Immune? I don't see anything.
Elon, that missile firing was from today. At least the news headline was from today. SPAI, new intraday highs.
Yep, there it is. That's that 320 spot fell, went to 330.
And now we're seeing some other walls fall. 350 is the next one to go down.
Ooh.
Yesterday,
I missed this one. Good stuff for whoever hit this.
Elon, yesterday the talk was about the ATACMS missile, the U.S.-made ATACMS missile, being allowed to be used in that Russia-Ukraine war by Ukraine, and I think they fired 6 yesterday of those.
Yeah, we had more reports of that here this morning. Nvidia 143 continuing to come in here. NASDAQ getting smoked.
Our cat turning around. Bitcoin going down, maybe finding a bottom or a short-term bottom. Yeah, so that move in SPAI, that's the start selling, start trimming into this kind of move. Let's see, I think we had a spot. Yep, right to that 200 EMA on the daily. Mara Riot dropping to new lows. Yeah, it's just that's a little bit of weakness in Bitcoin, pulling back. Looks like it's getting support.
FBRX is open here and moving higher on FBRX. Sorry for interrupting.
No worries.
14 on this FBR, big pull here, FBRX. Pulling more.
If FBRX finds some support and turns around, I could see this going as high as 1850. Back to the 5-minute chart. Zim looking for some support from the 65 EMA on the 5-minute.
FBRX might be halted to the downside here. 1261.
It looks like it's about to.
Yep.
TBGN, this thing is really looking bad now. If it can't get support here, it probably is going to go under 140.
Yeah, this chart looks rough here. MSTR, this actually doing a fairly decent job holding in, given what Bitcoin is doing. I suppose that makes sense. 1872, your high print on the VIX. Looks like we're going for 20s on the VIX today.
SPAI, I have 2 targets here for this one. It could be 373 or 405. That's where this one could end up getting the most resistance, one of those 2 areas. And seeing a lot of things pulling or going sideways.
Yep. SPY looks like it's trying to bounce here, 585.
What about Zim? I was just mentioning that it looks like it's getting support from the 65 EMA on the 5-minute chart. I don't know if it's going to hold. It's like the third time since making the pre-market highs that it's been coming down to this particular level around 28.70. So should get support here and try and push its way back up to VWAP. If it cannot, then I think we're going to see it underneath 28.
Tesla continuing its pullback here.
QUBT could not recapture VWAP and it is going lower. Amazon under 200. Lots of things trolling over today.
Yeah, lots of things are pulling here today. This is good though, and hopefully we get an Nvidia miss, and this really pulls. Start diversifying into some other companies instead of trading the same 4 names.
Yeah, but they'll probably end up being back next year, like all of them. They'll probably all come back next year after we get some kind of pullback or corrective action in the market. That's what my expectation is. If we see a corrective move in the market early next year, I think we'll see these Mag 7 do well after that. Mike going, yeah, healthcare. Mike, what are your feelings on RFK and the Health and Human Services Department?
I don't think he likes RFK at all.
I mean, well, I just was kind of curious on what his take is on healthcare stocks. For me, it's like maybe avoid the drug makers and the biotechs, but
yeah,
medical device and medical supply companies, those should be fine, if not do pretty well.
Yeah, we just had a discussion about IV bags last night being insanely expensive, just because of the shortage on them.
Oh, okay. So somebody's going to hold his hand. Gotcha. Root don't care about missiles, even though it's behaving like one, going straight up, huh? 105. Wow. And he gave that to him and Crow. I think, set me straight, Jay Rice. Was it you and Crow both talking about Root, or was it just you? I know you guys have been on that.
No, there was definitely Crow. Crow's been on Root for a long time. X-Cur popping to the highs here, 885. Good mention here, Jay Wild. You were all on that.
Eli Lilly, UNH. I like UNH. Where's that at these days? I know that one got hammered not too long ago.
So did Humana. The Eli Lilly, Humana, UNH charts all look the same here today. At least the intradays do. They all look the same. Yeah, Ken. So this happens sometimes, Ken. I actually missed entries on a couple of things here today too. That's just how it goes. I think the important part here is to not chase after that. It is frustrating, but you'll be right back at it. Don't let your capital get chopped up.
Here's the important thing. You didn't lose money, and you identified the things that were moving, and they did really well. So, you got most of this puzzle completed. Getting the right entries, that's just another part of it. But I think, you got a great show of discipline, not trying to chase anything. It is frustrating that when your orders don't fill. I just had that happen this morning. But the market will be here tomorrow, and I still think you did really well on the things I just mentioned. So bring that same discipline, same attitude tomorrow. I'm sure you're going to get fills.
Amazon right at 200 right now. Neo, this actually did David, this was a good mention here. Neo went red green after its earnings this morning.
Replay Game Lab, I think you're right about that too. I wouldn't, not necessarily more concerned, but probably equally concerned. Big Food, absolutely. I know we've been seeing Coke, Pepsi, those names get hammered recently.
How's that doing today, actually?
Well, they should be bouncing. I mean, we were getting a bounce out of Coke yesterday. Let me see where we're at today. Down a little bit.
Pepsi higher from yesterday, 0.5% higher.
Coke did open higher, so I still think we may end up seeing 64 in Coke or close to that before it reverses and goes lower. I'm not in Coke right now. I was previously, but I've sold a while back. I'm building a position in Pepsi now, so this weakness I'm here for. And I'm not worried about these companies, going under because of RFK or anything like that. They'll just change their strategies or their how they sweeten their products,
which would be good for everybody. It's not a bad thing. Don't buy the fear porn. FBRX is open here. This actually popped after that open, although it's coming back in. It really does need to hold on to that 13 level.
Yeah, I don't have an answer to that one, replay, but I'd imagine that with the fluoride that is likely not going to make it into the water supply, will be used for other purposes. It's not necessarily waste. We're not extracting it out of the water. I think that his whole plan is just to not have it introduced into the water supply anymore. Yeah, corn. We use high fructose corn syrup because we have these corn subsidies.
The Coke in Mexico that doesn't use doesn't use high fructose corn syrup tastes better. In addition to being better for you, it literally tastes better. Yeah. S&P futures still pulling here 58.84 and continuing to move lower here. Same with the SPY.
We just need to have a complete ban on high fructose corn syrup. The body doesn't know what to do with it. It has no idea what to do with it. It just stores it as fat.
Yep.
It's a junk closet. That's what it does with high fructose corn syrup. It puts it in a junk closet. And those junk closets show up on your sides.
FBRX halted to the upside. Sorry to interrupt there.
No worries. I was just making bad jokes. SPAI, that was a pretty wild pop up to 361, and it came right back into VWAP. And I think the price action of SPAI all morning has been telling you that these are the kinds of things you got to be careful of.
SPAI right there at the VWAP and the 65 EMA convergence.
Yeah. Tom, there's a need for chemicals if you want to be a business that doesn't want your product spoiling too quick. That's all it comes down to. The only reason why to introduce any of this crap into the food supply is to prolong its from spoiling. It's mostly preservatives and just things that are cheap to use and procure for their products. So hopefully we'll see some positive changes.
Keys, this is down after earnings.
All right.
This popped and gave back half of its move. Here's QSI, one of the big movers. That's not really doing much.
SPY now
popping, going for 10.
SPY now getting support from the 20-day SMA. We'll see if that holds. We still have that. Still we'll be looking at levels to the downside. 584 would be one, and the big one that we got support from in the pre-market yesterday was the 582.30 level. If we continue to leak here, that may also be in play. Looks like RCAT curling back up. Looks like it wants to take out 656. That would be a victory. You're right about that, replay. I won't even talk about it because there are some commercials that used to be really, really good when I used to listen to the radio, and you just don't see that kind of stuff on TV anymore. I will actually get mad at myself if I start humming or thinking about a tune from one of those drug commercials. They are literally the greasiest, most despicable marketing people end up coming up with those ads, and it is just absolutely horrific. Having those people be in the unemployment line, it can't happen too soon. You remember corn nuts?
Yeah. I
They had
never
a really
cared
good
for them, but I do remember the product itself.
They had a really good radio ad in the 90s that I'll never forget. I'll never forget it.
Is it safe for work or not?
Nope.
I didn't.
Well,
think
look, here's the thing. Here's the thing. It was safe enough to put on the radio at the time. And when I heard it, my jaw hit the floor and I was laughing hysterically.
Oh, man. X-Cur halted to the upside. This is a big rip here. Not in this. Don't forget, we're still waiting on FBRX, which is in an upside halt after being in a downside halt. Sean Michaels asking if Nvidia will rise today. Don't know. It's all going to be up to the earnings. So far, Nvidia is showing some extreme weakness here today. See what that earnings print does for it.
Yeah, I'll send you the jingle after the show.
Okay.
And you'll understand. You'll understand.
We'll get it. Target here, the selling might be done at least temporarily. Target looks like it's holding this 120 area.
Yeah, it looks like SPY also trying to turn around too after trading beneath the 20-day SMA.
MSTR getting mentioned by Mike here. This thing's been an absolute ripper recently, man. Holy cow.
Looks like we are getting some more. Man, Bitcoin is really consolidating right now. It's been doing that since, what is this, for the past hour? Yeah, looks like it wants to get back into 95,000. Nvidia will rise today. I mean, it depends on the earnings. Sean Michaels, at this point, it's all about how they report and how they guide.
Zim reclaiming the VWAP, consolidating around it, trying to make another move back to 30. No position here on Zim, although that was a winner for us earlier here today. QUBT. Went back maybe a little.
Looks like it did get support from the 65 EM.
Yeah, it sure did.
So I think the first thing that we'd want to see here is just at least a retest of VWAP. And of course, it's going to move with Bitcoin. So if Bitcoin starts rising like it's trying to do right now, it's probably going to. Oh, I'm sorry. This is QUBT. Sorry, I thought I was looking at something else.
I was flipping through a bunch there. Yeah, Chris, I think that's coming next. There are a lot of people involved in that entire thing that really deserve to spend the rest of their lives in prison. That is one of the greatest tragedies of humanity recently. I know exactly what you're talking about. That little scene that you're talking about. Oh, man. Hopefully we never see anything like that again. That was horrific.
Oh, we will.
Horrific.
I understand that, we have a lot of shameless folks in the world.
That's true.
RCAT,
QSI might have found that bottom there, 130.
Yeah, let's get back above VWAP, and then we could really see some better movement. I think getting above VWAP is going to be the big key here for QSI. Remember, this is the one that has the heavier float.
Dan Ives with the ugliest lime green jacket I've ever seen. He does it well, though. No shade on him, but that color, oh boy, is that bad.
Okay, Jay Wild, you found it. Oh my God. You found the jingle. Yeah, so
are you gonna sing it for us, 13, or not?
Oh gosh, no. You don't want to hear me sing.
That answer was pretty perfect. Does anyone have any good setups? I feel like everything kind of dry. I don't see great setups. I know there's the stuff still moving. We're still waiting for FBRX to unhalt. Maybe XCur to unhalt, but I don't see setups. Maybe SPAI again if it moves through VWAP here.
This market feels very cautious right now.
Yeah, it sure does. Well, I don't blame it after the move down here on the SPY. Oh my goodness.
I mean, why is Nvidia like just going down today?
TQQQ may be setting up. Okay, stay focused.
I mean, the only other thing that needs to happen that would make this day even crazier is if Hindenburg dropped a short report on Yeah. That's not happening though.
UUBT back above the 65 EMA. Lemonade still holding in here.
Yep, sure did, Ray. Sure did. Looks like man, I really get the sense that Bitcoin wants to go over 95,000. It's just there's a big seller here at about 94,750. We can see that if we look at just a 5-minute chart of Bitcoin. Every time it gets up to that 94,750, 800 area, it comes right back down. There's a seller right in there, keeping the price from going up to 95,000 again. SPAI, that was a pretty good reversal indicator, matching candles there. The real bodies losing VWAP. The best bet here for SPAI is that the consolidation that it's in right now, it creates a bit of a demand zone, and we reclaim VWAP. So let's see if that happens first. Reclaiming VWAP is what we want to see for more upside in SPAI.
Sean Michaels here. Hey, Ryan, I watched that video about MicroStrategy. That was the Michael Saylor clip from the podcast, for the PBD podcast that I gave you yesterday. Shout out to Stay Focused for turning me on to that. I got in at 410, now running around $3,500 profit. Dude, awesome. Planning to book near 500. I mean, heck, you might get that today, given how MSTR has been moving here. Look at this. We're not even that far. Let's get that 490 snap and have you book that. That would be a nice little holiday prep there. FBRX open. We go to it right here real quick. Looks like it did pop and pull. Pop and pull, downside halt here, 14. Oh, they didn't hold it there.
Diamond Hotline for RSI, I'm using the 14-day period. I have the upper band at 70, lower band at 30. Although I do prefer my upper band for when it's really oversold. I like to see it in the 80s, lower band in the 20s. So hopefully that's what you're looking for.
Oh, by the way, 13 shared with me yesterday a great website here.
Oh, yeah.
If you're ever looking for Bitcoin stuff, like we're talking a lot about MicroStrategy here. One of the questions we had in happy hour yesterday was how many Bitcoin does it have? 13, no surprise, had a great link here. I'm going to share it with you. This is treasuries.bitbo.io. This is going to, I actually bookmarked this. I'm going to use this here to monitor Bitcoin here. The answer to that question, MicroStrategy owns 331,200 Bitcoin.
And you can also get kind of a breakdown of companies, like public companies, private companies, ETFs that are all holding Bitcoin. That website showed that IBIT, which is the BlackRock ETF for Bitcoin, they hold 2.5% of the entire outstanding Bitcoins that are available, like 21 million. So that's a large amount. And if you're curious about whether or not these figures are real, they have links for the filings. So if you want to check it yourself, you can. Okay, Zeta is trying to come up to the VWAP again.
Here's an awesome tweet. I'll actually share this one with you. By the way, I don't do this often. Here's a recommended follow if you're on X. The Kobisi letter. Here, I'm going to throw the tweet here in the chat, but I'll read it to you here. MicroStrategy making history again. Today, MicroStrategy crossed the $100 billion market cap threshold to become the 93rd largest public company in the United States. Over the past 24 hours alone, MicroStrategy has passed 40 companies on the top charts. 40. In fact, it's now larger than Intel and roughly the same size as Micron. MicroStrategy is also now $15 billion larger than Dell. Bitcoin is changing markets. That is indeed, this is what we've been saying. This is what Bitcoin bulls have been saying for a long time.
How many of those companies are on the S&P 500?
I don't have that answer for you. I'm sorry.
If the answer is 0, oh man, just wait until we start seeing MicroStrategy and Mara and these things on in that. I mean, I already think that the SPY kind of moves pretty well with Bitcoin. It would move very, very well with it. We get some of those on the that exchange or that index.
All that's Mike. All that said, I still don't know if it's an asset, what the store value is. I don't think that's fully going to be known. I mean, to be honest with you, until we have a disaster with fiat, maybe a Fed-induced disaster, global bank-induced disaster, maybe then and only then might we figure out what Bitcoin's store of value actually is. We'll see. By the way, Sean Michaels, get ready. 492.60 here on MicroStrategy as we continue to move towards that 500 handle.
Jonathan, the amount of BTC is still going to be 21 million because that's how many coins have actually been produced. Just because that somebody doesn't have access to that Bitcoin anymore doesn't mean that the entire pool of Bitcoin is gone. It's just that those are going to be inaccessible. I mean, we can't just say the pool is now this big because somebody can't access their Bitcoins. Available Bitcoins, I think we could say that, yes, 14 to 15 million. But yeah, there are a lot that have been lost to dumpsters or binned that just don't have access anymore. Maybe AI changes that. BITO, which is the another Bitcoin ETF that is based on Bitcoin futures, that is about to break the intraday high. Looks like BTCT is recapturing BWAP. What if MSTR gets their wallet hacked? You know, I would be surprised if they put all their eggs in one basket like that.
Yeah, so would I. That's a really good call. FBRX is open, by the way. This actually moving lower now on FBRX.
Oh man, Yorkie, that's just one of many stories that's very sad to hear. I'm sorry about your friend's brother, but also about the 100 Bitcoin not being available to them anymore. But it doesn't mean that Bitcoin's doesn't exist. It just means that it's probably impossible to access at this point. SPAI knife says Jonathan Cooper.
Sean Michaels, book and profit, $4,000, dude. Pat yourself on the back. Get yourself a steak and enjoy your holidays, bro. We out here. Nicely done.
That's what I like to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Our cat grinding back towards that 650.
Mm-hmm. Get above VWAP. And it did. That's looking good. QUBT also trying to recapture VWAP as well. It's got a lot of orders to chew through from 315 to 320, but continue to get that volume expansion. It could do it. Our cat's still going up. It looks like if we can just get past at 645. No, maybe more like 650, like you said. You're right. There's a huge wall at 648, though. Elon saying TJX breaking out.
Yeah, I had earnings here this morning on TJX. And you know what was interesting about that? So this is actually still lower. This is about where it was here in the pre-market. TJX, really quickly, a recap here. There was a beat on the top and the bottom line. They saw a Q4 EPS 112 to 114. The estimate was from 118. So it's a little bit softer there. However, the full year guide was still 415 to 415 to 417. The estimate was for 416. So I'm not surprised to see this kind of hold in. We'll see if this can end up going green here. It did break above the VWAP though.
Okay, so with that in mind, because this is kind of on that weakening consumer, they're going to go to these
no question
cheaper outlets. So there's that one. There's another one that reports tomorrow. That's Rost Stores, ROST. That chart doesn't look very good. So I'm wondering, is this what do we think with Rost? Is this going to go the way of TJX, or do you think that they're probably not going to fare as well, and the chart may end up telling us the rest of the tale here? Looks like it's about the death cross.
FBRX might be trying to pop.
FBRX is barely moving.
Yeah, it's kind of like compressing here. It actually looked like it was getting ready to spring higher. We'll see though. I'll take it off. It's open now. Our cat rejected at 650 again. QSI finally moving above the VWAP and the 65 EMA here.
BTCT popped above VWAP and came back in. Looks like we're about to get 95,000 in Bitcoin. Izzy was saying that he mentioned he was getting Amazon to 200. How's that one doing now? Did it pop back up above 200? Sure did. 201.22 current price. There was a nice dollar trade there, or more than a dollar trade at that point.
Yeah, it looks like two handles.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of these names that we were trading this morning are really trying to get back above their VWAPs. Zeta in the process of doing that. QUBT in the process of doing that. Zim trying to get maintain support from VWAP. Let's see, BTCT, that one's trying to get hold its VWAP. So VWAP's happening here, and Bitcoin could not get to that 95,000. It came within like like $14. And QSI out to set to 170.
Yeah, it sure did. Look at that. Really close.
Mm-hmm. So
really
I would
close on Bitcoin.
I would think if we can hold, within or above this consolidation that we've been putting in this morning, the next visit up towards 95 could be the breakout.
TQQQ, this was a really good call. Stay focused. You're right. This did work here. Almost a full point above.
You went into a Ross and TJX store. I don't get Ross. I thought it sucked.
But
what are they doing right?
What did you think about TJX though? Was that still all right?
Yeah, and what's Ross Stores doing right that you were wrong about? QSI, I think that was also getting a mention. Out to set to 170. MACD is curling on this one. Looks like it's getting some increased volume. There's a lot of sell orders in the wave to 170. Almost 200,000 shares. Probably more, but we get this volume to increase. It could chew through all that. FBRX, this one's getting some movement to the upside. 1598 current high of the day. QUBT trying to break over VWAP.
See how some of the bigger names are doing here today. Okay, so Nvidia made it back to its VWAP. What's PanW doing? They also report earnings after hours here today.
BKKT is trying to get back above its VWAP as well. And this looks like it has a very interesting setup. So if we can get it back above VWAP, this thing could have some volatile moves. Wolf up. Wolf actually broke out just about 15 minutes ago.
WOLF, or is that the WULF?
Oh
my God. Yeah, it did.
Yeah, that's right, J-Wild. El Salvador has probably been one of the I don't want to say lucky, but that was a very big gamble, with the country on the line, but it paid off for him. right.
You're a little cooler penny stock moving higher here.
Yeah, I mentioned that on the space plays, and I've only said that because it's already got products in space through Lockheed Martin and a couple of other makers of spacecrafts. And this is for thermal management for batteries and also for efficiencies as it relates to vibrations. So they have some interesting products, but the share structure of this is awful. They need to do a reverse split. They are slowly getting into the process of profitability. I don't think they're quite there yet. They still have a ways to go. Yeah, they still have a ways to go before they're profitable, but interesting company. Might be good in the future, especially if we're going to be heavily dependent on batteries. This is going to be one of those things that really kind of like a thing behind a thing for the batteries to ensure that if they do catch fire or have a runaway thermal event, that's contained, and that's what Cooler does.
Real quickly, stay focused. Mentioning here, Ryan, target going above the VWAP. I don't know what your VWAP level is. I've got mine here at 124.63. It does look like it kind of came back to it, but couldn't get above it. I would say if it's tested again and can't move it above, it might be an intraday short opportunity there. I know the easy money is already made here on the short, but
really feels like if Bitcoin can break over 95,000, we might see some good movement in those Bitcoin names, because it's been trying to get up to that level all morning. You said we hit that earlier. Is that somebody? I thought somebody said we hit 95,000 in the pre-market.
Well, we did on the futures. So I have
okay.
so the CME Bitcoin futures I have at 95,550 as the high print today, and I think that's what I said.
Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. All right. Cooler. Oh, so that's interesting. I didn't see the news for Cooler this morning. They're also apparently going to be custom designing cathodes for small modular reactors for a nuclear fusion company. So now there's a nuclear angle tied to this as well. They've also had a contract for a major missile program that they were awarded yesterday. So they're getting contracts. I already knew they were getting contracts, but they're getting more now. They do have a good product. Yes, absolutely, Fairchild. You're right. Vibe is one of their interesting products, and I think there was some Japanese companies that started taking an interest in that, or they did some kind of partnership. It's if you read further into the newsfeed, it's in there. Wow, GME. Sorry, let me stop.
Yeah, I was going to say I was just watching this as you were talking here. GME moving towards the high here on volume. Don't see any news or anything accompanying with it, and I didn't see anything on.
AMC's going too.
Yeah, but I didn't see any. I'm talking about Catalyst. I didn't see anything else going on there.
I mean, when it comes to these stonk names, I don't think we need a catalyst.
No, they do what they want.
Yeah, they do what they want. We could spend time trying to figure out why it's moving, or we could just trade the damn thing. That's what I'm talking about. What stock you mentioned about batteries? That was the one we were just talking about. Cooler, KULR.
Yeah, your penny stock.
Yeah, it probably needs a lot more time before it becomes palatable for trading or investing, but it's something to keep an eye on because they do have some interesting products, and it could be a very good company, especially when it comes to batteries and the need for batteries in space and pretty much throughout our economy. Yeah, AMC is now moving with that GME movement. I guess we can start taking a look at some of these other meme stock names. So that would also be BlackBerry, KOSS.
Are any of those moving, or is this just kind of
BlackBerry's not? Oh, it was only AMC and GME, since those are kind of brother and sister to the meme stock trade. KOSS, no volume in this one, even though it's flat on the day.
I like Jay Wild's idea here. We should
there you go.
The 8 ball for GME and AMC. I guess we can do that here.
That's a good point.
Stuff, so might as well, right?
No, Jonathan Cooper probably has the best point here, because Chewy was moving, And because Chewy's been a tied to Roaring Kitty, that might also be the reason why GME. And
Chewy actually has news though. We had an upgraded
Right.
price target here today, and it was significant. And it was from a good house. It was from Bank of America. So
No, it was a good call, Jonathan.
real quickly here, let's just get this out of the way. This is for Jay Wild. We are going to ask the Magic 8-Ball here, the Magic Stock 8-Ball. And we're going to do it for both stocks here. So will GameStop, ticker GME, and AMC move higher? Let's see. This is where we get the crispiest of financial advice and all that. I've got here. Oh, this is just for you. Better not tell you now. Sorry about that. 8-Ball giving you the cold shoulder. We call that a freeze out in the business. Sorry you didn't get your answer there.
I think I saw some folks mentioning Lunar a little bit ago, but this is actually trying to test that at 1265. Remember earlier I was mentioning that this was kind of like the consolidation area, the 12 to 1265. We've been trading slightly outside of that, but most of the trading has been within that range. So until we break out of that range, this is where the price is likely going to be.
FBRX is going. This thing has been crazy all day. Did end up hitting this once here today, but man, watch it resolve higher after all of these halts. Remember, 6 halts we've had here today so far. 6.
That is a government answer that better not tell you now.
Yeah, no, it really is.
The only thing you had to put in front of it is for reasons of national security.
I better not tell you now. No, you're right. Maybe they got some of their responses from the 8-Ball. That would make sense.
Yeah.
QSI, this might be done here for the day. It's just kind of holding in there. Root still going higher. It's just amazing on Root here. Amazing on Root here. $8 range. A little bit more here on Root. How did X curve finish up after that impulse move? Okay, that came all the way back in, hasn't gone yet. Wix, this is still holding post its earnings. RCAT still finding resistance at 650.
All right, Jane Smith, get that turkey and gobble. No, yeah, I understand, Jay Rice. I understand that he did sell all of it, but because he was tied to that, and he made Chewy move. That's the reason why I was mentioning it.
Yeah, isn't that what you said? I'm pretty sure that's what you said.
Yeah, he's not. I didn't say that he still owned it. I didn't say that he, was still had it. I said that because he's tied to that.
Jane, good luck. I get my turkey on Saturday. Costco. Again, I'll let you know. I'll check and see if I can remember what the price is for that, how good the deal is. FBRX 16 new high of day now, 1610 as we took out that initial candle there. This thing's super strong. Volume holding in here, even with all of those halts, volume holding in here. It's going to halt again here, FBRX.
We can't really mention Root without mentioning Carvana, since they are partners. And I think it's Carvana, the one that owns part of Root. This one, Carvana consolidating over the past, actually since the start of the month. We've been kind of consolidating here. So this looks like it's getting set up for the next move, which could be up. And that could be up to 280 that it goes. SMCI.
Sure, we can take a look at that. Yeah, we looked at this earlier. We haven't really looked at it since. It did kind of move up off the lows there, and it's so far it's holding the VWAP here. Not a whole lot going on with SMCI at the moment, though.
Yeah, it looks like it's just maybe getting ready to try and move over that 20-day SMA. But even if it does, I still think that between 40 and 50 is going to have a problem with that consolidation. I think 40 is about where it's going to maybe run up to. That's just my thought, though.
That'd be a huge move, though. I'll tell you what, if this moved from the teens up to 40,
I mean,
that'd be something.
We've already moved quite a bit from where the bottom was in a very short order of time.
No, I get it. I'm just saying that would be an impressive move.
The thing that I am a little concerned about, well, not really concerned because I don't care about SMCI, but the thing that I'd be watching for is if the price is going to do the same thing it did back in August, where we did run up to the 20-day SMA and just kind of went sideways, having a bit of a time trying to get over that moving average, and then the later in August. I'm not exactly sure if that was the short report or if it was that they didn't report earnings. There was an event that really started to pull it down. So I'm just kind of wondering if that's going to be the similar price action we get with SMCI, where it struggles to move over the 20-day SMA and then something. It's no problem, Jay Rice. It's, a lot of things get said here, man.
Yeah, I try not to hold anybody to anything like that. Really quickly here, Mara at the high. So this moving, and by the way, that list that I gave you earlier, that website earlier, Marathon Digital, the second company on that list, 25,945 Bitcoin.
I am really, really wondering what we're going to get out of BKKT here. This thing has spent most of the morning trying to recapture the VWAP.
It can get wild when it starts to go. It's been fairly orderly here today.
I really want to see Bitcoin break over 95 because I'm a little bit curious to see how these Bitcoin names react from that breakout.
Well, Mara might be front running it. That thing's ripping to the highs here.
Okay, that's wow.
MicroStrategy, again, we've talked about that quite a bit here. MSTR, another huge move here. Looks like that found resistance at 500.
Michael Saylor,
other stocks are doing.
Secretary.
Didn't they? They got Lutnick for that. Pretty sure they really he wanted that too.
Yeah, I thought that was the case. Just reading what Mike was saying.
Yeah. Walmart here, bummer. Not really kind of holding in here. Was really hoping that would sell off some more. Target looks like it did not cross that VWAP. So we had just talked about Target when it was at the VWAP here. Looks like it got rejected. It is moving lower now.
Archer looks like that found some support around about 487, 488. Turning around, trying to it's back above 5 now with a lot of support underneath that 5 handle. So next step is to recapture 510. I think.
Sorry, Mike, you're right. It was the commerce. I'm struggling to stay on top of all these.
You're doing fine.
I don't like to make errors. I like to run a tight ship, frankly.
Tame craziness, yeah. MSTR, they I think as far as public companies go, they are the largest holder.
They are by a lot. 331,200. The next closest one is Mara at 26K.
Yeah,
I mean,
top 5. What are the top 5? Because you're going to recognize some of these names.
Micros in order: MicroStrategy, Mara, Riot, Tesla, and Hut 8. That's Hut, ticker HUT. Those are your top 5. Coinbase is 6.
Yes, I was just going to say Hut more than Coinbase, but this thing, wow, that I didn't realize that they had such a bullish.
More than CleanSpark, more than Block.
Yeah, no, Hut 8. That's surprising because I talk about
FBRX is open. That thing is all over the place here. FBRX. That was a 5-minute halt. That thing popping, rolling here.
That thing's been pretty good today. It's it pulls back bases and then it rips to new highs. This is the pattern that we've been seeing in the SPY all year. Goes up, consolidates, comes back down, finds a bottom, rips to new highs. 2 times it's done that today since it opened. But Hut 8, man, I did not see that inverse head and shoulders that started back from up. The yen carry trade provided this opportunity. It started creating the inverse head and shoulders, and it's been resolving since October. That is awesome. Yeah, Hood also has Bitcoin. That website will tell you who's holding what.
Yeah, Hood here, not anywhere near the top of the list. Let me do a good old fashion control F here. I don't even see it on this list. And so this maybe that's out of date.
Well, like I said, they have the links to the filings, so you'd have to see what their last data point is.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, Zune. Oh, Zune.
Hi, Zune. What is going on? What?
Well, what's going on is that I'm surprised to see you here. I announced that we were going to keep. What's going on?
Yeah, that's on me. So on the show's calendar, we didn't have the Factor Story traders coming on, but we've got Ben, Brett, and also hopefully Godfather. I think he might be here on soon. So we've got story trading coming on for 30 minutes. My apologies on that in the morning end, but have you guys made some profitable trades? I'm sure you have, right?
Dude,
I like the hoodie, by the way. I don't know where you got it from, but that's a nice hoodie.
I told you it's Legends, bro. Legends. It is
Costco?
Nope, Legends.
Okay.
And they are currently having their Black Friday sale right now. Go to their website right now. These are the best hoodies. I have them in almost every color.
You know, yesterday I got sucked into TikTok shop. I ordered something for a friend. It was like a Taylor Swift Christmas outfit situation. And then now whoever runs TikTok now has my information. So I've been sucked into buying things.
Okay.
I gotta say, I don't even know how to pronounce the name, but YRN Ramos. I appreciate that. Thank you. I had mentioned that FBRX was going to hit that 65 EMA on the weekly. Guess where we're at?
Where are we
65 EMA on the weekly, 18 plus here.
1874 was a 65 EMA on the weekly. Went right up to there and turned around.
Did we get to 20?
Well, I was only mentioning that because it was an EMA that we've had. Now let's see here. If we're going to keep going higher, I don't have any EMAs that are reasonably close. I mean, the next ones that I see are going to be in the hundreds of dollars. Don't think we're going to get up there. But FBRX, I think for me, if I was looking at that 1874, we got it. I think this trade's done. You probably should want to book that.
Well, look, my apologies for kicking y'all out politely, respectfully, lovely, of course. But before I do, though, Nvidia trades higher or lower after the closing print today?
I'm going to say higher. I'm going to say higher. It's beaten 20 times in a row. It's been an absolute monster. It's against my better judgment. It's against what I want, but I'm going to say higher.
All right, 13.
I don't want to comment on that.
Okay, well,
I don't want to throw his.
We never want to.
13's had a whole bunch of really good calls. He doesn't want to muck it up with
I don't blame you. I don't blame
even that though. I just I've been wrong about how extended Nvidia could get. I think it should have pulled back a long time ago. It's still going, so I don't want to give any answers like, "Oh yeah, we definitely are pulling back this time," and watch this rip. So I'm not gonna make any comment. It's just gonna depend on what that earnings report says.
All right, fair enough. Looks like you got more love coming in from Euro T Kid for your call out on FBRX 13. Appreciate you, my man. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Ryan,
you guys do
as
the same.
well.
And don't worry, Market Sniper. Don't worry. We'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, 8 o'clock. And of course, we'll have Nvidia earnings later on today as well. I'm sure AT's got some good stuff planned there. And then now we'll go ahead and move on to story trading to see what insights my man Ben has got. Ben, putting you up now. What's going on? Good morning.
What's up? I am busy congratulating our folks. Someone just posted some gains on RCAT. Had to give him some love on Twitter. So it's awesome, man. This is actually a great day for us. I know market probably is a lot of bloodbath everywhere going on. But last night I was supposed to. Did he go to the Benzinga event in Manhattan yesterday? Were you there?
I did, but Andrew was there. I don't know if you got a chance to meet him.
I was supposed to, but you know what? I did a little poll in our Discord last night. I'm like, I have a conflict. I got to go to. should I stay in the office and trade the crap out of RCAT? Or should I go to the Benzinga event? And it was like a 75% vote to stay in the office.
It's amazing where we trade for money and freedom, but sometimes we just get sucked into it. So I feel you, brother. I feel you.
Oh, man. But it was worth it.
Well, look, I apologize, Market Sniper. I know. It's like I'm the parent that comes in and says, "All right, time to go, time to move things along." But I know we've always got some love here for story trading, folks. Let me go ahead and bring on Rhett and the Godfather as well. Bring on your charts. The show is yours. I'll be back at 11:30 for All Access with Dan.
All right, thank you guys. All right, this has been crazy. It's been awesome. RCAT, huge winner for us. We got S Mantle here. The Godfather had a big part in us being in RCAT. Last night, as I said, I was supposed to go to Manhattan to the Benzinga. I was buying as much RCAT as I could at $5.10, all the way to $5.20. You can see up here, $6.24. Let me just give my piece on this first, the Godfather, then I'll let you in on it. So we've been in this for like 3 months. As of last night, it was my largest position. In fact, it still is my largest position. I've had a $7.75 price target on it that whole time, and I still do. $7.75 target is the swing target after they won this huge contract with the U.S. Army yesterday of probably close to $300 million. A lot of now speculation that they can win more contracts. The Godfather, you've made a lot of money for us in our community. What say you?
Yeah, so I put out some thoughts on fundamentals on my X feed. Obviously, all of this went to our Discord guys last night when I had a chance to go through it, as I was out of the office most of yesterday. But look, the only real benchmark we have for valuation in the sector is AVAV, which is the big dog, and they trade at 6 times EV to sales. You know, these guys are obviously more dynamic, growing a lot faster.
Oh, look, AVAV. Is it down because ARCAT? No, ARCAT was not in the running for this. It was Skydio. Never mind.
Yeah,
but I wonder, is
no,
it
I don't
possible
think
some
there's
money is
any
rotating? Would
Yeah,
some people
no,
rotate some money out?
I mean, it's possible.
Yeah.
That would be great. There's lots of money, $5 billion market cap over at AVAV. But
Yeah.
look, the bottom line is, you know, we're trading. Look at 630 right now. So we're at somewhere around, like, call it 5.1 times EV to sales. The AVAV trades at 6. If that valuation gets placed on ARCAT, and you could argue that the future prospects for them winning business from NATO and other programs of record mean that the growth that's already much higher at ARCAT over AVAV could propel this to at least the same multiple as AVAV, in which case you get 736 by my math. And again, this is a bit napkin, but that's sort of a fundamental value number that I'm looking for. I have not sold any of my long-term position because I do believe that there are some contracts that could be very large with NATO countries coming in the wake of this win. So,
Yep.
you know, I traded around my option positions, obviously, with this win. I cashed some out. I'm looking for any pullback will probably establish some new longer-term option positions as things that expire into the new year. But yeah, look, there's a dearth of ways to play. There really isn't in terms of military-focused drone companies. You know, they're on a small cap. This is it, and because of scarcity premium as well, it probably gets a higher multiple. So, you know, those are some thoughts on the fundamentals, and you can read more about it on my X feed.
Awesome. And speaking of the options, we just started a new channel in our Discord. It's the wheel, a modified wheel strategy at Story Trading. We give you real-time alerts on entries and exits to get steady income from selling the premiums and put options. And we're all over ARCAT last night. We sold some puts on ARCAT yesterday during the day before the close, after they won the SRR, before after hours. But that's been hugely successful. So if you want real-time alerts selling puts, we're targeting 50 to 100% annualized yields, and it's going spectacularly well so far. I should bring up, before we go through these other stocks on the list, because every week we've been here, we've talked about TSSI, okay? And just for those who are not part of our community, let me give you an update on TSSI. You saw we made a lot of money on this thing from 270 all the way to 13. However, earnings were bad. In after hours here, I was selling as much as I could over 10. I ended up selling the entire position, okay? And we have the thesis why in our Discord, but I ended up rotating all of that capital to 2 stocks, Tesla and ARCAT. And because of that rotation, I'm already back at where my account was when this was $13. So that was a beautiful rotation. And if you want to know more about that, you can head on over to Discord. All right, so that's the rotation out of TSSI into ARCAT and Tesla, really paying off. They are my 2 largest positions as of right now, ARCAT and Tesla. My 3rd largest position, another Godfather stock. Actually, I'm not sure if I know it is a Godfather stock, but I think actually might have been all over this as well because someone else in our community alerted us to Root last year. So it's been on my watch list since down here, since it exploded in February 2024. So we were all over this along with yourself, Godfather, on Root after that earnings report. We had a good day. That huge gap, if you remember, up like 150, 170% in pre-market was crazy. And we bought the pullback. It's my 3rd largest position. I think this thing's probably worth at least $150. What a clean, I think such a clean report, clean earnings, easy to understand. So I'm looking for a 150 plus.
You're low by half by my numbers. Let me give you a thumbnail reason why. So their peer Lemonade had their investor day yesterday after the close. That stock is up 13%, trading at $45 right now. These guys do not make money, whereas Root, by
Amazing
my
Root.
model, could kick out around 260 million plus in EBITDA for next year. Okay. Lemonade has an enterprise value of over 2,600 and revenue forecast of 666, giving it an EV to sales multiple for 2025 of 4 times. If you put that number on Root, and arguably Root with higher growth and higher margins, multiples are a function of margin and growth, you get $330 a share in fair value for Root. Okay. Right now, the enterprise value is only 16.6 million fully diluted shares out on Root. Right now, it's trading at an EV to sales of 1.2. Well, this whole, consumer finance, fintech, whatever you want to lump them in, the other important thing here is that this is AI phase 3, as Goldman Sachs calls it. Like, this is real world AI. These guys have industry leading loss ratios for their car insurance using telematics and using AI to insure drivers. This thing should not be trading at 1 times. All of the names in this fintech space trade at a minimum of 4 times. So look, I own the stock, I own options, I'm getting long more options.
Oh my gosh, those options.
There's less
I
than
was
10 million shares in the float, and there's 17% still short for some reason. I mean, I'm sure some of that's covered, but nonetheless, I'm sure your technical picture looks great as well. Look, I accumulated this around the $40 level, sold it on the big run up the 2 quarters ago, and then did that again this quarter. And now I'm keeping my long-term position because I'm a firm believer that this thing triples in 6 months.
That's awesome. I just bought more as you were talking, but man, those options, you got to tell me later what you're in, because I was in $100 December call options at like $4, and I sold them at $8, and I thought, wow, I'm smart, made double my money. Those things are now like $20.
I'll save it for our Discord members, so come on in.
They're like $20. So yeah, if you want to know how Godfather is playing Root and those options, head on over to what's the link? What's that story? Godfather link. It's storytrading.com/The Godfather Knows.
Godfather
or
Knows.
just go to The Godfather Knows, or go to S Mantle on X, and he can join through his profile. He's got a link and a discount code. All right. So unbelievable on Root. Man, I wish I kept those call options. Those are crazy. All right. Any case, let's go down other lists. So this morning, every morning at 9 a.m., we actually do a free live stream, and we give you our top 5 picks. Number 1 pick of the day was RCAT, which is great, doing well. All right. One of the other top picks was VKTX. All right. And we also had Zim, which I'm out on, by the way. Zim scalped here and there. I'm out of Zim. So that was the top 5 pick, out of it now. But another one was VKTX, which I've been buying the dip on here, and /XBI. So VKTX had data last night on MASH, which is a competitor for the stock MDGL. MDGL, which is Madrigal Pharma. I wonder if they're down. No, they're not. So maybe they'll go down on that positive data from VKTX. But in any case, it's not doing great yet. All right. We were in $50 call options coming into the report because VKTX was just way oversold. We'll see if this one works today. But also XBI, we gave you a thesis this morning on why we can see a further rebound in XBI towards $95. I don't know if this is what people are thinking, but I was thinking that between Vivek and Elon Musk at Doge, that perhaps there's going to be pressure on reimbursement rates for drugs and pharmaceutical services from the U.S. government. And Vivek came out with a very strong statement yesterday saying, no, we gotta compensate people and give them incentive to do R&D. So we're not really looking to cut on that side. We're looking for the rest of the world to pay their fair share, because the rest of the world gets their drugs, much cheaper than U.S. citizens do. So that statement, I thought, might be a catalyst enough to get XBI to at least go back here to $95. And that is something that's working today so far. And look at this W bottom here, breaking out that pre-market high, then boom. But this is working today in a look at this. Well, market's actually getting better, more mixed, red and green. But this morning, man, everything is red this morning. All right, so that was one of our top picks. Gold yesterday. We gave you this.
Can I make a point on that XBX? I think it's a good one. Look, we've seen a sell-off in the vaccine stocks. That makes sense to me, given RFK. The sell-off in the GLP-1 stocks, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. He's all about healthy eating. He's all about lowering obesity in the U.S. And we all know that a large number of these other follow-on diseases and things that people spend a lot of money on medications on can be dealt with by keeping weight under control. So I would think if there's one area where reimbursement rates aren't likely to come down, one area that's probably not going to see the same sort of pressures as others, it's drugs like GLP-1s, which, they have this halo effect of reducing healthcare needs exponentially throughout the system for
Cool. Well,
other, comorbidities
and I got VKTX in the long-term account looking for a buyout. I've been buying as a trade next week's $50 calls for.
I joined you on this trade. I love it down here at $50. It's just, it's very asymmetric to me. I see this thing, easily trading in that 75 plus range. It's hard to value this, but I do think that takeout speculation will eventually come back into this name again as they get further through the piece. So look, Nash isn't as big a catalyst as GLP-1 in terms of market sentiment, but $50 where it troughed today, that's easily defensible on a fundamental value.
Awesome. By the way, welcome to these. We have an additional 700 viewers. We're rebroadcasting this Benzinga stream on our X, so glad to have you here. Make sure you guys are following Benzinga on Twitter and also on YouTube so you don't miss all of their other content. They live stream pretty much all day long. That's youtube.com/Benzinga. All right, so let's see here. What else we got going? Top 5 picks. As I said, gold. Gold is the other one. Man, I called the bottom in gold last Friday, but I didn't enter it because I didn't also have a catalyst. Like I rarely do things on technicals only, especially when it's like a major indice and it's not like a stock that I can kind of calculate the fundamental value. So I called this bottom, didn't play it until yesterday, but it was just clear now that we're rebounding here that I thought we're going to touch the 50 DMA at least. So that's a little trade I have on small size in my account. I think I'm using like at the money calls expiring later this week is I think what I've been playing. So that's a little something for you. I want to know MSauce. MSauce, you see these big 2 green candles. First of all, this big gap down was because I think primarily, well, 2 reasons. Florida voted not to legalize cannabis, but also Republicans won, and they're kind of seen as less bullish on legalizing cannabis. At least that's a traditional wisdom. Republican Party versus Democratic Party. That's why you got this big move down. And then you have these 2 big green candles. The first day right here, November 12th, was when Chris Christie came out and just opined, gave his own opinion that Trump is going to legalize cannabis. The next day, I think, was when Matt Gaetz was nominated to be the Attorney General. Now, we'll see if he gets through or not, but he's someone who's been known to be liberal on legalizing cannabis. And then someone in our community, I think it was Texas Trader or something, said, I'm playing the $5 January call options on this. I looked at them. They're pretty cheap. So I'm actually swinging. That's a whole month. You get a whole 30, 40 days to hear about and get leaks and all kinds of other statements that may come from the Trump administration of potentially legalizing cannabis. And I think I heard the RFK is also positive on that, psychedelics and cannabis and things like that. So I think that's a really good risk reward if you do options trading. So $5 calls, I think they're trading like 60 cents now. Maybe this whole gap has to disappear and we get back to 650 by the beginning of January. That's my thoughts on that. I don't know, Godfather, if you have any thoughts on, and Rhett, feel free to jump in. Sorry, I know you're right in the middle there and we're ignoring you, but feel free to jump in with anytime you want. If there's any comments out there, please bring it to our attention. Godfather, any thoughts on MSauce?
Look, as a cannabis ETF, look, I do think if you're going to play this theme, you want to play it through an ETF. I don't like these kind of trades because they're so fickle. It depends on. It's
purely speculation and sentiment.
They're pure sentiment driven. I'm a fundamental guy. Absolutely. I just got nothing to sink my teeth into on these names.
Right.
It's a terrible business. It's a commodity business. The margins are terrible. But look, the ETF is going to go up, and all the names are going to go up. It's inevitable that we're going to see federal legalization at some point. But it's complicated on a state-by-state basis. It's complicated state versus federal. I just think there's better risk rewards and other things that I can quantify better. So, look, you guys and Rhett do a great job using these technicals to day and swing. I'm more on the swing, and if I can just take a second, I want to point out how valuable the Discord community is, because I was away from the office most of yesterday, and like, you guys are just absolutely on top of every major theme, anything that's got a sentiment boost, any huge catalyst. In 10 minutes, I can scroll through the trading lounge on Discord and be fully up to speed on everything I've missed in the market. So, and we're getting incredible, as the community grows here, contributions from our members, guys like Fluff and Ollie consistently.
Fluff and Ollie have been
There's
great.
so many others. Rhett, the way you pipe in on these things. So, look, this thing it's a flywheel of value that's being created here, and I couldn't be happier with the way it evolves, and super, super useful, and you really realize it when you're away from the desk for any period of time. So thanks.
Awesome. Appreciate that. Very nice of you to say that, Godfather. Like
But
that.
the
Okay,
value
great.
you bring is also insane too.
Absolutely.
I mean, app is incredible.
You know what? It's like one of the beautiful things about us working together is the story trading believes in. I'll take some of these sentiment and catalyst trades, but it's not my highest conviction ones. We believe in our 4 pillars, and our 4 pillars is catalyst, sentiment, fundamentals, and technicals. We look at all 4 things, and I got to be honest, it's hard to find good people to collaborate with who are also fundamental investors, because the fundamental investors tend to not like me. They get upset when, especially if they think something's undervalued, and I come in, I'm like, yeah, well, it deserves to be undervalued because the sentiment sport, like, they hate me, they like ban me for life, So it's something really special when you can get a fundamental investor working together with someone who looks at sentiment as well. And that's part of the magic with our community over there. So appreciate
let me just add to that, because there's something here for everybody. If you are focused on day trading and swing trading, we've got great content with you. The show that Rhett and Ben do in the morning is fantastic. You're getting this just before market open. It's fresh. You're up to date on everything that's topical going on. I do more swing trading, long-term trading around long-term positions. So I'm bringing ideas to the table that we will trade around for months, or in the case of RCAT, we've been on this thing since $1.67 when I first brought it to the community. So these are ideas. Capper is another one. Rude is another one. There's been a lot of really, really huge winners that have been both great long-term holds, been great swing trade ideas, and they've also presented some fabulous intraday and day trading ideas. So with the collaboration of everyone on the Discord, there really is something for everyone.
Awesome.
All right.
So we have a few questions here I'd like to go through. One of them is, they're saying Palantir, so PLTR 117.25.
I called the bottom inflection on Palantir last year down here at when they flipped to profitability. It was they went from a projected loss and they flipped to profitability, but I didn't hold it the entire time. Congrats to all those people who've been holding it the whole time. But look, fundamentals to me matter, and I was in it at different times. Most recently, I think I got out at $45. It's just too expensive for me, Godfather. I don't know.
I completely agree. Look, I was wrong. I sold at 45. I missed the 50% plus move from there. But my view on this is similar to my view on Nvidia. We are bouncing around the top, not bouncing around the bottom on these large cap AI names. Look at TSMC, for example. When they reported on October 18th, the expected range was 10%. Sure, the stock gapped up actually 10%. And then within a month, it had given it all back. I think 2 days ago, it was right back to where it was on earnings day. I expect we'll see a similar type reaction from Nvidia, because valuations are really high. And Palantir is trading at a valuation that's even sky high relative to Nvidia. So look at where moves in stocks are primarily driven, outside of catalysts and sentiments, which can drive things on an intraday basis, but long-term moves in stocks are driven by rate of change in earnings, okay? And if you look at where the best performing sectors have been recently in the market, it's financials. Why? Because they're lapping really low comps. Why? Because there's momentum, near-term momentum, and they're guiding up materially relative to where they were before. Yes, we're going to see Nvidia probably guide up again, but it's guiding up marginally less. The earnings growth is going down on a percentage basis, and you're already at full multiple. So it's just not the best kind of setup. So, that's my take on large cap names. I love Palantir, its positioning in the market. It's probably continuing to go higher. I should have kept it in my long-term position portfolio and just closed my eyes. It's expensive. It's always going to be expensive.
Yep.
It's a market leader. It probably goes to $100 next year. So, but you just can't defend it on a valuation basis. You really can't. But
yeah,
I
know a
think
lot.
there's things to do on a percentage gain basis than buying Palantir up at these levels, or even buying Nvidia going into the earnings, for example.
Right. Yeah, it's tough for me, but other people have been diamond handing this, have been right. And some stocks will have a permanent premium, high premium. So that's the way it goes. But it's 11:24. I want to get to two things. You're mentioning these financials. OppFi is one I've really taken to after looking at their earnings report and looking at the performance of other fintechs. I'm looking for like 10 plus on this. So what are your thoughts on OppFi?
Yeah, I can get to a $12, $12.50 fair value right now. This thing's always going to trade at a slight multiple discount to its peers like Lending Tree and Lending Club, just because, look, it's a lower quality client base. They have higher default rates, but they get a higher net interest margin as a result of that. The wind is really at their back, and they're diversifying their business. It's not just consumer loans. They made an acquisition, which I don't think is being appreciated by the market, in the small to medium business lending, which has much lower default rates. This is a founder-led company. They're buying back in the market on a daily basis on the announced buyback up to 22% of the float. They announced a special dividend the quarter before last. They hinted that another special dividend is likely to come in the upcoming quarter, early in the new year. So look, I own this in my quote unquote trading portfolio, but I have a very, very large allocation in my long-term portfolio. And I can definitely see the stock doubling in the next year, if not within the next 6 months. And if some of the catalysts, which I think are coming, come in the next quarterly, you could see this thing $10, $12 before the end of March.
Awesome. Sounds good. It's one of my larger positions. By the way, there's also, as you told the community, some options and warrants also, which are interesting ways to play that. All right, let me go to just a couple other quick ones. Geo is one that I'm really strongly positioned in. I know it's going up a lot. This thing has doubled basically since the Trump election. But these two immigration stocks, Geo and CXW, tripled last time Trump won the election right here. This is a monthly chart, tripled over it is 2016. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4 months. It took 4 months for the stocks to triple. And this time the policy is much harder on immigration. So I'm looking for another, like if this thing were to triple, it'll be $45. I'm heavy into Geo. This is one of my strongest conviction plays, along with Tesla right now, as far as the Trump trade goes. What are your thoughts? I know you do have some fundamental thoughts on Geo.
Yeah, look, when it comes to Trump trades, what do you got to choose from? DJT, no fundamentals. RUM, some sketchy fundamentals. Yeah, there's an interesting trade on Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, but that's a complicated one for most people. This one is clear cut. We saw this the last time Trump was president. And, look, a big move has happened here, right? Our community was all over this in the $14, $15, $16 range before this big gap up run. But I did a valuation analysis on this and posted it on our Discord. And what's interesting about these two names, and again, there's only two names, CXW and Geo, publicly listed prison stocks, if you will. 10 times EV EBITDA, or 8 to 10 times is sort of the valuation that these things are currently trading at, despite this run up. Those are not egregious multiples. So if you're looking for a Trump trade that's got sentiment tailwind to it, I can't remember the guy's name that was appointed by Trump, but he's a real firebrand. They are going to get very aggressive early, after inauguration, moving folks into these detention centers and ultimately out of the country. And
by the way, the immigration stocks in 2016, they peaked about 2 to 3 weeks after inauguration.
Yeah, so and I think that the same kind of time frame is going to
Yep,
take place here, because it's going to be all over the headlines at that point.
Yep, absolutely, 100%.
So you have
I'm not
valuation
worried.
support, and you have this tailwind catalyst coming.
Okay, one quick last one. I want to mention very, very speculative. I have a small position. It's not very, and I don't know much about it, but I heard from people who are in the micro cap world, this is $23 million stock. So be very careful. But as a secondary play on RCAT, apparently UMAC, and maybe we'll talk about more of this later in Discord, but very small position because I think RCAT's the way to do it. But UMAC apparently is a supplier to RCAT, and that's why UMAC is up 10%. They're drone parts supplier. And I don't know, maybe worth a tiny speculative position. I have a small, tiny speculative position, but be careful with that small.
Come into our Discord because I pointed out another one and it's up 28%, 29% right now. We'll save that name for our Discord
I must
members.
have missed that. Was that what, this morning?
No, it's you saw it. You saw it.
Yeah,
I
it's
did? I
been a
gotta
couple
look.
days.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I
got it.
put it out this morning.
Oh, you
yeah.
did. Okay, there's a lot going on.
Yeah, secondary play on what's going on here on the drone side.
Oh, okay, cool. All right, very nice.
So
All right, guys.
We gotta save some goodies for folks. Come on board. It's a $9.99 a month. I mean, $2 a day after your trial. You're gonna make that back in the first 5 minutes of one trade.
Yep, absolutely. Thanks, guys. Zunaid, how do you like that?
I like it, man. It's always good. We can make your money back real quick. Love the insights. Love the fundamental stories that you pointed out there, Godfather. I'm looking at UMAC now, just trying to look at the charts where I want to get in, maybe above 354, different things like that. But as always, appreciate you guys for hopping on.
That's my
Thanks.
target.
Have a great day. Cheers.
All right.
All right.
Take care.
Take care,
Bye-bye.
y'all. All right, Benzinga folks, here is what is coming up next. Let me go ahead and remove a couple of things on my end. So here's what we've got. We've got my man Dan coming up next with All Access. And then, of course, it'll be myself and Kevin to go over some futures trading with Apex. And then after that, we've got Paul Meeks because you've got such big earnings that are going to go ahead and happen that you want to make sure that you have the best insights going into the earnings print itself. So AT, I see your text. Don't worry about that. You just let me know. Dan, we'll bring you up, man. It's been a minute since you and I have got a chance to catch up. What's going on?
The dream is alive, my man. How are we feeling?
I'm feeling great. You've been hustling and bustling. You were in New York. Actually, excuse me. You were in, what was it, Chicago? Then a couple of weeks later, you were in New York. Now you're back in Detroit. What's up, man? How'd you like New York?
New York's always the best. The fun never ends. I had to go take a picture with the bull by the horns at Wall Street. And, listen, anytime you're in a city like Chicago, where I was for the Benzinga Cannabis Conference, or obviously yesterday for the FinTech and FOTA Conference, you can't ever complain because there's so much going on and so many great people to meet. And the energy is endless. How about you, my man? I miss you.
I know we got to catch up soon. I've been doing well. Thankfully, the weather outside in Atlanta has been a little bit better. So I'm always happy when it's not gloomy. Yesterday was gloomy, and I was like, I just want to eat Thai food and just sleep the whole time. So
yeah, my bro-in-law is there right now, and he said it was raining. Let's get the better weather going on.
Yeah, I know. We need you to make the call to the Lords above, man. But by the way, I know you've been following, the markets a little bit more, and I know you're, a sports bettor as well. We've got Thursday Night Football. Any insights there for the folks that might be listening as we wait for our guests to continue here?
Well, they should be listening to the Squatch always because the Squatch has been owning foot. That's my alter ego, my Squatch Picks alter ego. But listen, the Browns are just a very wacky team. And, you bring in Jameis Winston. The Steelers are finding ways to beat everybody in a year where everyone thought they weren't going to be. Mike Tomlin is going to have a 17th consecutive winning season. I know that the Steelers are -4, Zunaid. I'll tell you right now, I don't like the game, but if I was taking that game, I'm not taking the Browns. I'd lay the 4, I'd buy it down to 2.5 and take the Steelers, even though they're coming off that big emotional win against Baltimore. The way that Russell Wilson's playing, you've got such good talent on defense as well with Watt and an aggressive pass rush. I just don't trust the Browns in any situation right now.
What makes the markets in the financial world is you have buyers and sellers that may disagree at a certain point. I know we've got our guests ready to go. So here are my final thoughts before I turn it over to you. I'm taking the 3.5. I'm taking 3.5.
You the Browns after what they did in New Orleans?
You and I may have to have a little side bet where we do some 10 push-ups or something like that. But let me go ahead and take my chart off here. I know you've got an interview to get to, my man. Tell me what's coming up and who you've got.
Oh, we got a great, fascinating guest, Dr. John Alon, the Chief Executive Officer of ServoMed. NASDAQ ticker is CRVO, and he's joining us for an exclusive talk today.
All right. Well, I appreciate you, AT. You just give me slack whenever you're ready to go. But you know what I love about these conversations is always that you get the insights on the fundamental end, right? Because charts and things like that, myself, Ryan 13, they do a great job of kind of taking a look at things. But I'm excited for your conversation. Looking forward to getting the fundamental aspect of things, man. And the show is all yours. You got AT in the back producing.
Thank you so much, my friend. Friday Zingers. Welcome to All Access. I do have a fascinating guest for you today, Dr. John Alam, the Chief Executive Officer of ServoMed. That NASDAQ ticker is CRVO. He's joining us for an exclusive talk today. All Access starts right now. Dan Leach here with you, and it's my pleasure to welcome in the CEO of ServoMed, Dr. John Alam. It's so great to be with you today.
Hey, Dan. Great to be here. Thanks for having us. We were on about a year ago in Benzinga. A lot of things have happened in the past year, and we're right where we want to be. We're weeks away from a big data readout, and I think what will end up becoming a really a breakthrough for a really important disease, bad disease, dementia with Lewy bodies, and we're just about there. So it's a great time to be here.
It is, and listen, it's a disease that affects so many people. I've been people in my life that it's affected. So very excited to kind of dive into where you guys are at and this great news that's hopefully coming. But for those that don't know, Doctor, can you give us an overview of the company of ServoMed?
Yeah, so we're a Boston-based biotech emerging pharma company. We've been in business for some years now as a private company. About a year ago, we did a reverse merger with a public company, became a publicly listed company on NASDAQ, CRVO, ServoMed. What distinguishes us, I think, in our space is, aside from the science, is just the DNA of the company, the leadership team, and that goes into the board of directors, into our SAB, really at the heart of Boston biotech for the last 20, 30 years now. A lot of drug development experience with big drugs, getting them onto the market. And I think what's most important for investors is with that, building companies. Some of the biggest names, in biotech, various parts of our leadership team and our board have been involved with some of those companies. And we've put that to work in the CNS arena, in particular on an oral drug, neflamapimod, that we've been progressing to. Again, we are with that today. We're the leader in developing the first, what we believe will be, ultimately has the potential to be and will become, we hope, the first effective drug for dementia with Lewy bodies.
It's amazing. And that experience, as you mentioned, launching those big drugs is such a key, especially when you're tackling such a terrible situation that dementia, causes so many. And speaking of that dementia, and obviously neurodegenerative diseases are other terrible afflictions, Doctor. And what portion of the U.S. is affected? And also, is this growing? And if so, why?
So we are in one very specific arena of the overall Alzheimer's or dementia universe. I think most people are very familiar with Alzheimer's disease, but a lot of people are less familiar with dementia with Lewy bodies. This is actually the third most common chronic neurodegenerative disease. There's Alzheimer's, there's Parkinson's, and right behind Parkinson's is dementia with Lewy bodies. It's 700,000 patients in the U.S. It's very similar in numbers to the number of people that impacted with multiple sclerosis. Of that group, we are targeting about half of that, which are in a stage of disease that is called the synaptic dysfunction disease. It's the early stage where they have a lot of symptoms, they have a lot of impact on the patient lives, on caregiver burden, but they're not at the point where the disease is actually, in certain respects, a full-blown neurodegenerative disease. They don't have so much nerve cell death and loss as much as a problem in a certain part of the brain and how well it's functioning. And if you have the right drug and mechanism, you can actually make them better and have a real substantive impact in relatively in the relatively short term. That's what we're seeing in our clinical study and going forward. As a disease, it is a dementia like Alzheimer's disease, and it's very distinct. But there are two things that's important to know about it. One is that in most respects, it's a worse disease than in the early stages, in particular, than Alzheimer's in terms of impact, quality of life, caregiver burden, healthcare costs, how rapidly it progresses. Also important to know is that today, as opposed to maybe 10, 15 years ago, with the diagnostic criteria, a neurologist can distinguish dementia with Lewy bodies specifically, as opposed to having Alzheimer's disease. And that's sometimes they don't pick it up. They call it Alzheimer's disease. But if it's diagnosed appropriately and they have the features of clinically of what dementia with Lewy bodies is, high certainty that's what it is. And that's what our drug is ideally suited for and tailored for, is the patient with DLB. With dementia.
Well, and Doctor, let's talk about how your drug does treat it and what is the mechanism, and also how is this approach novel for what you guys are doing with this, which is obviously a very serious condition.
So for dementia with Lewy bodies, this is a very specific and targeted therapy. And what it's going after is neuroinflammation, inflammation, not to try to reduce it, but to block the effects of inflammation on a very specific part of the brain. It's a mouthful. It's called the basal forebrain cholinergic system. But it's a part of the brain that is most impacted in DLB. And it is the part of the brain that leads to the actual symptoms and the expression of the disease and the progression of the disease. Our drug, we've shown in animals, actually an independent academic lab has shown that it acts on that part of the brain, on the specific molecular mechanisms that leads to disease, and actually reverses the process within that process. And if you can put that slide back up, all of that we have shown in animals, in earlier clinical studies, effects on the clinical endpoints, effects on very specific biomarkers, blood tests, markers of that disease process in that part of the brain. And we're now using all of that information. We designed this clinical study. It's a larger study. It's a large study, 159 patients, 16-week placebo-controlled study. It's definitive proof of concept study. It's designed to show the drug works. It's an effective treatment in dementia with Lewy bodies. We started this study a little over a year ago. We completed enrollment in June. Last visit was in October for this, the primary efficacy endpoint. We'll have the data in December. But what's important for the viewer and listener to know is that this is not a blind shot in the dark study. There's a lot of understanding of disease, science, drug. There's a lot of clinical data that we have already that informed on designing this study, on the patient population, on the endpoint being studies. But the most important point is we're using a blood test to exclude the more advanced disease patients and focus in on that early stage population. Again, that makes up about half of all DLB patients. In our prior study, in that population, we saw really unprecedented levels of clinical activity. Moderate to large treatment effect size. We saw an effect on a blood test of the neurodegenerative process. It's actually correlated to the clinical outcome. That's almost never seen in CNS studies, to have such good effects that you can connect everything together. That's all of that gives us good confidence in this study. And I think we were at the major Alzheimer's disease and related dementia conference 3 weeks ago in Madrid. And we were outside of Lilly and Eisai, the big boys. We were the only company that had two oral communications or oral plenary session communication. And the reason is that the academic community recognizes the potential, the data that we have, specific targeting of the disease process and dementia with Lewy bodies, and I think they believe that we have a really good shot in the study. If it reads out positive, it is, in our mind, it really just, it is designed to and will show definitively efficacy in dementia with Lewy bodies, de-risk the phase 3 clinical study program, and I think all around the company will be off to the races. But it's just fundamentally, we will have shown that this is a breakthrough. We have a drug now that works in dementia with Lewy bodies, and there's still time and money involved in running phase 3 before we're to approval. But for the community, for the patient, real hope of a drug that has shown efficacy in the dementia with Lewy bodies. We're weeks away. We have the data. Until it's done, it's not done. But we feel good about where we are.
Yeah, and I love hearing that. And I know that there's millions of people out there that should feel that way as well. And let's talk about the Q3 numbers. I know you recently released your Q3 numbers. Any highlights from your perspective, and how much of a runway do you feel like you guys have?
I think the bottom line is that from what the Q3 release again highlights is that we are, just from a financial standpoint, we're a very well managed company. We did a private placement in the spring that brought in $50 million, and with that, at the end of Q3. We had cash runway out to the end of next year, so 12 months beyond the data readout. The PIPE was structured essentially as a two-step transaction. The second step has a warrant structure within it, but with positive data within the phase 2B data and announcement, we would expect that second step transaction to be implemented. That would bring in another up to $99.4 million. Within the next 6 months or so. That's the timeline of when they would have to be exercised if we have top line data, and that will finance the clinical portion of the phase 3 study. This is we're very disciplined. The money that's come into the company goes towards building value, and all of the goals financially over the past year has been to put us in a position to have the dollars to get to this study and then execute it beyond it, go to the FDA, go into the phase 3 program. Stepping back to just where we are, I will say that, a lot of this is in dementia with Lewy bodies. What we're benefiting from is all the work and understanding that goes into Alzheimer's in terms of clinical trial design, using biomarkers to identify patient populations that have optimal responses, just generally understanding underlying disease process. All of that took 20 years to build. A lot of the translational platforms, longitudinal understanding, transition understanding. It's being applied in real time in DLB over the last 2 to 3 years. And as our data's come through from our prior study, we've been able to connect into that. Over the last year or so, I just search in PubMed, which is the library for scientific journals, every week or so, every 2 weeks for just dementia with Lewy bodies, and I'll cut something new. And we've been in real time been able to implement that into the study design, into how we think about the drug and mechanism. And it's just, to me, it's been just great in how quickly things have moved. And that's what gives me hope. And I hope it's a fundamental message to the people who may be impacted with DLB, or who know people who are with DLB, who may be listening in. There is real reason to believe that there can be breakthroughs in this disease that 5 years ago, no one would have thought possible. But the field, the broader field, has made real progress here, and we're benefiting from that. And that's part of what gives me confidence in our data readout coming up.
Yeah, it's very exciting times, and obviously, like you said, it's a very hopeful time for a lot of different reasons. We do have a question from the chat, and they wanted me to ask you, Dr. John Alam, what phase is the current study in right now?
So it's called a phase 2B study. So it's our second study. But what's important about this is that we call it a phase 2B because it is what it's truly supposed to be, a true proof of concept study. And a true proof of concept study is that you demonstrate, and your objective is, and if you meet your p-value in the study, you will have demonstrated that the drug has a clinically meaningful impact in the patients that you are studying. And that impact and true proof of concept leaves still, you have to do the phase 3 to study, but that phase 3 study is real confirmatory study. It's not asking a whole new question. And this has been one of the fundamental issues in Alzheimer's disease and neurodegenerative diseases, that we go into phase 3 without proof of concept. There's a much longer discussion of why that is, but the short answer is just that in Alzheimer's disease, because of the extent of neurodegeneration and nerve cell death and loss, you can only slow progression, and it takes a long time done. So inherently, in a phase 2 study, which is between 3 and 6 months, you can't show a drug effect. You're always going into phase 3 without proof of concept. Phase 3 ends up becoming your proof of concept study. That's a lot of back-end risk to deal with. In early stage DLB and contexts like that, when you don't have too much neuronal death and loss, you can get improvement, you can get short-term effects, you can get reversal, you can see efficacy in a 3 to 6 month trial, as we saw in phase 2A, as we are working on to achieve in this ongoing study. And then most importantly, you can get approval and go to the market with a 6 month study, which means that the 6 month study is just replicating what you're doing in phase 2B. That's what makes Rewind LB a proof of concept study. So the answer is, more important than stage, it is that it's a proof of concept study. The goal is to definitively demonstrate efficacy in a clinically meaningful way in dementia with Lewy bodies. And we believe we're going to achieve that with the top line results that we are planning on, that we will announce next month.
Yeah, you explained that beautifully. You guys are doing some beautiful things there that I know are giving people a lot of hope around the world. It was an absolute pleasure talking with you today, Dr. Alam. Thank you so much for your time, and keep fighting that good fight.
Well, great to talk to you. Thank you for all your kind comments, and thank you to everyone listening in here, and we'll keep you posted.
Please do. Thank you so much.
All right.
That was
Take care.
The CEO of CervaMed, Dr. John Alam. Their ticker on the NASDAQ is CRVO. Let's send it back to the great Zunaid Suleiman.
I'm telling you right now, you and I are going to text. By the way, great interview. I think Alzheimer's is something that absolutely we need to kind of figure out.
Awesome stuff
ways to kind of take, just beforehand, how to treat it, symptoms, all that good stuff as well. So I'm excited to see the report that they were talking about, that they're going to release it, whatever that data may be, and kind of have a conversation with them as well. Before I go ahead and turn it over to my man Kevin and I for Futures Fever, I'm telling you right now, think of a friendly bet between you and I. I'm taking Browns +4.
I'm thinking of like a Kansas City ribeye and like 15 different sides and a train ticket to New York City. We're going to get something big going on here.
All right.
The Browns cost me like $2,000 last week, and they suck.
It's been a tough November for reasons that you and I both know. But all right, man, appreciate you. We'll catch up later.
Great to see you.
All right. Appreciate you, Dan. Let's go to bring on Kevin. What is going on, Kevin? We've got about 8 minutes together. We're going to try to rush through some things. How have the market been treating you, pal?
Yeah, I mean, today we had a crazy move this morning, some nice clean downside, very little pullbacks. Right now we are sort of near that 61% area of the pullback. If we're looking for a fib entry, would be somewhere between 61 and 78. and anywhere within a fair value gap, we're in imbalance. But we do have, guys, you know, if anybody's swing trading anything really at all, even if it's Apple, Microsoft, sometimes they are also moved when something like Nvidia has earnings, which Nvidia does have earnings this evening after market closes. So definitely be aware of that, guys.
You know, for something for me, let me go ahead and kind of, well, let's do this. So you've got Nvidia earnings. I know you and I are going to maybe touch on that here in a minute before Paul Meeks comes on and gives us his insights. Let's take a look at Nvidia, and kind of the reason I wanted to do that is to see how someone may be able to position themselves in the NQ if they want to play futures, you know, because obviously that's still trading till about 5 o'clock. So
Yep.
let's take a look at Nvidia. Give me your quick thoughts there, and then we'll jump over to NQ and see what might be happening on that side.
Yeah, I mean, something that stands out right away is I see we're clearly in a bit of a range. Obviously, overall, we are trending higher. We're making higher highs. We're making higher lows. So that's great. But this most previous price action, we see a very strong sell wall. Every time buyers brought us into the zone around 149, 150, you know, sellers stepped in, they batted us down until about the 143 range. We are able to break that. Sellers looked like they wanted to continue. We had a little bit of I would call this a manipulation, because the market is looking like it's going one direction just for it to reverse and continue in the opposite direction. So what I would look for is I would actually look for continuation. Now, the last few times we had earnings, we really didn't move much. Let's see if we could spot that. So here's earnings right here. We did not get that much of a gap. Now, sometimes when we don't get a gap in earnings, that is because the theta decay, right? The theta and the IV crush, as a lot of options traders might know of. If you swing trade a position into a very volatile situation like earnings, and the volatility doesn't match and the IV percentage goes from very high to very low, your contract, even though price didn't move that much, ends up becoming a lot less in value.
Yeah.
So definitely want to be careful with that. If you are getting in anything Nvidia, you know, obviously if we're following the trend, we would look for some more upside, maybe into that 152, maybe into that 155, you know, would be all-time highs on Nvidia again. But that's just following trend, right? The basic trend of seeing broken highs and holding those recent lows.
And then, of
Now,
course,
let
me
Yeah.
take a look at the NQ and your thoughts there.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so the NASDAQ, sort of the same situation in that we had a very strong daily imbalance. The first one we had, which would be just a fair value gap, we held it a few times, right? Buyers kept trying to come in. This was our range. We ended up breaking lower. Very strong move lower. A lot of people chasing this move lower. What happens when people chase? The market likes to reverse. We swept this recent low, and we did get that reversal. So I would really be careful and see, again, like you said, you know, Nvidia, will it bring the NASDAQ higher too? NASDAQ, same situation as Nvidia. We were just at all-time highs when Nvidia was at all-time highs. So I would definitely be looking for buyers to step in this evening.
And of course, for me here, let me go ahead and share my screen here to just kind of take a look at a couple
Yeah.
of things. You know, it's been kind of consolidation city, right? Let me go to remove this little puppy here, remove this little puppy here, and then we kind of maybe go a little full screen on my side, a little zoomy. There we go. Just kind of, yeah, look, I mean, you've got all this consolidation that's kind of been happening, maybe because they've been waiting to see what goes on with Nvidia earnings, but that's what I've got. Above 2,800, maybe we get some points above, and, you know, we'll see if that ends up happening, but that's kind of what I've got on the NQ, just kind of patiently waiting to see which way the market goes. It's rejected a couple of times from that 767, 2,800 type of area there. But I think depending on how Nvidia reports, we can go ahead and get some movements on that side. Any other charts that you want to kind of go over? We've got about 3 minutes here, my man.
Yeah, no, man. I mean, that looks good. I see the same thing that you have there on the NASDAQ. You know, we have that supply zone. We have that resistance level around 20,824 to about 20,860, 870. So that's definitely a great place to watch. See if we can consolidate like we did last night, overnight. We consolidated. Then when we opened today, we got that strong move off of supply right to demand. So it was a very good move this morning, over 300 points on the NASDAQ. So this zone is very important, right? We could watch to see if Nvidia earnings wants to give us a strong spike. If we could break above, hold above, and look for a retest of this zone to go long. We look for something like that.
So you'd wait for the break of it?
I
And
would,
then
yeah,
retest?
I wouldn't get in long anticipating the break of it, because without a true break of this zone, it's still valid and that sellers are still present here, right? So it hasn't proven to me that we haven't broken the zone yet. The only way we're going higher anyways is if we break the zone. So I'd rather be patient and get that confirmation that yes, it's time to continue.
And then a confirmation candle to you, is it kind of like a hammer? Is it a retest and the bar closes? Like, what is a confirmation candle to Kevin?
Well, the confirmation for a broken zone would really be a strong close above it, right? So I would look for maybe a 5 or 15 minute to close about 10, 15, 20 points above that zone. Then I would look for a new imbalance.
Okay, gotcha. And then this is, of course, on the NQ that you have. Anything on the ES side of things you want to talk about?
Not too much on the ES. They do follow each other very closely. I do have a level of resistance on ES as well over here. That is about 59.40 to about the 59.50 area. I always mark out those key psychological levels too. The blue levels you see, 59.50, 5900 even. Very strong levels. So I would want to see, like we have on NASDAQ, I want to see a strong break and hold. Right here we have a break overnight, but we failed to hold that break, right? We ended up failing and reversing.
I'm looking at that level right there. And let me take a look at what my NQ is. I know we've got less than a minute here. Let me take a look at something. Yeah, that support area here, let me just kind of throw it to mine real quick. This support area of about 58.85 looked like it was going to kind of hold, but just a bunch of, back and forth on it. So I'm just going to kind of delete this one. But again, on the resistance side, though, that 59.55 has been holding on as resistance for quite some time as well. Kevin, any final thoughts before we get out of here? I'm going to go ahead and put your Twitch in the chat as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, you guys can check me out. Twitch is Kevin Futures. Check me out on Instagram is kevin.futures, and check out the website is tradingpioneers.net. Host some one-on-one coaching sessions for you guys. I am running some sales for Benzinga. So anybody who's here in the Benzinga show, if you use discount code Benzinga, you get 50% off your first session.
All right. Appreciate the insights, my man, Kevin. We'll see you next week.
See you next week. Take care, man.
See ya. All right, chat. Everybody knows that the talk of the town in Wall Street is all about Nvidia earnings. And again, we try to give you the technical aspects of it, but there's no better man to talk about the fundamentals than my man, Paul Meeks. And that's exactly where we're headed next. You don't need to touch anything. We're going to go ahead and transition on over to him, give you some insights on what to do. Maybe, before earnings, after earnings, what to look for, top, bottom, all that stuff. No better man than Paul Meeks. We appreciate you for watching. We'll see you there.